do not believe that Commissioner Garcia has joined us just yet, but the other commissioners are on, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Garcia did indicate he was going to be late today. So he's got some things he's taking care of. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and call our regular BCC meeting. For the record, today is Tuesday, April 27th, 2021. And for our official start time, it's going to be 2:26. I apologize, we're starting a little bit late today. Our housing meeting went a little bit longer than anticipated. So I'd like to call this meeting to order. And this is the regular BCC meeting for Santa Fe County. Madam Clerk, can I get a roll call vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Here.
Should I mark Commissioner Garcia as excused?
He should be joining us later, but I guess we can mark him as excused now for now, and then we can always show that he entered the meeting later.
Okay. Commissioner Hughes.
Here.
And Chair Roybal.
I'm here.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so our next two items, or three items actually, is 1C, which is the Pledge of Allegiance, which I'll lead. The State Pledge, which I'll lead as well. And then item number E is the moment of reflection. And from Public Works Department, we have Alexander Painter. So if we can all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. And if we could stay standing for the moment of reflection, Mr. Painter.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community. We take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hansen, did you have a recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do. Thank you for recognizing me. I wanted to recognize Jean Youngblood, who was an influential writer, film theorist, and pioneer in alternative cinema, somebody who I knew from my days in graduate school. He wrote this book, Expanding Cinema, and he was really a leader in alternative ideas of cinema and film. And I would like to take a moment of silence for him.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hansen. Okay, next we're going to move on to our next item under opening business. And this is going to be 1F, and this is the approval of the agenda. Are there any requests or changes to the agenda from the board? I'm going to go to Manager Miller first.
Hello, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. There are some items on the agenda that we did amend on Friday. The original agenda was posted Tuesday, April 20th, and then we amended the agenda on April 23rd at 4:54 p.m. And those amendments to the agenda were item 5 under miscellaneous action items, item E, 5E, that item was added. Also under presentations, item 6B, the packet material for that presentation was updated. And then additionally under matters from the county attorney, item 11A 3 was added to the agenda. And those are the only changes that I have, amendments that I have.
Okay. Thank you, Manager Miller. Any other changes or requests from commissioners? Commissioner Hamilton?
I was just going to move to approve the agenda as amended.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Do I hear a second?
Second?
And a second from Commissioner Hughes. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia, and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item passes unanimously with the commissioners that are currently present. So we do have an approved agenda. So I'm going to go on to item number 2, which is recognitions, and 2A is years of service and new hire recognitions. And we have our county manager, Ms. Catherine Miller.
Mr. Chair, board members, as you know, every month we recognize those employees that have hit a milestone of 5 years of consecutive service for Santa Fe County. And we like to recognize them at the end of month board meetings for anybody with 5, 10, 15 years of service. And then quarterly we do recognitions for those employees who hit a 20 or 25 or 30 year milestone. This last month, we didn't have too many people who hit a 5-year milestone, but we did have in our Sheriff's Department, Animal Control Enforcement, Blaine Latin. He's been here with us for 5 years. In Public Works Road Maintenance, David Vigil has been with us 10 years. And also in the Sheriff's Department Animal Control, Justine Calabaza has been with us for 10 years. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank those employees for their continued service for Santa Fe County, and I hope they continue to make a career here.
Thank you, Manager Miller, and I couldn't agree more. And congratulations to Mr. Blaine Latin, David Vigil, and Justine Calabaza. We appreciate your dedication to Santa Fe County, and we look forward to working with you in the future. So thank you and congratulations. Do we have any other comments from the board? Okay, seeing none. Go ahead, Manager Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next item is Employee of the Quarter. Is actually new hire recognitions under that same caption. And these are our new hires. Thank you, Daniel. He knows I can't read unless he expands the screen. These are our new hires for the month of March. And that's individuals who started with us March 1st through March 31st of 2021. And as you can see, we are definitely on the in the hiring mode, in particular in our public safety positions. So we have Melissa True in the IT Systems Administrator, Yvonne Gantz in County Clerk's Office as Chief Deputy Clerk. I believe you did have the opportunity to meet her recently as well. Mona Gonzalez in Community Services, a driver cook's assistant in our senior services. In corrections, 5 new detention officers. That's Sharon Atencio, Logan Chevarillo Tenor, David Esperi, I'm gonna kill that one, Espericuta? Apologize, that one, I have not seen that name before. Also, Ricardo Gonzalez Esquivel and Joseph Regalis. And then a new booking clerk, Martin Flores. In the fire department, emergency management coordinator, Matthew Hardy. And we also hired quite a few trainees in our dispatch center, Amanda Davin, Mariah Martinez, Allison Pfeiffer, Julie Silva, and Shannon Sullivan. And then in road maintenance, Ivan Trujillo as our engineering services manager. And in the sheriff's office, Maya Ochoa and Anna Perez as records clerks. So just would like to welcome all of them. And I'm going to go make sure I know how to pronounce David's last name.
Thank you, Manager Miller. And, it's awesome to see. I know that we've had a rough year, and we did have a hiring freeze, even though I think during most of that hiring freeze during this pandemic, we were still hiring almost monthly. But to see 18 new employees, that's awesome. I just really appreciate that, and I just want to say welcome to all our new employees, and we look forward to working with you. So thank you for bringing that forward, Manager Miller. Are there any other comments from the board? We can go on to item number C, recognition of correctional officers, nurses, and, actually item number B, employee of the quarter. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Santa Fe County has a employee of the quarter recognition program, and it's to recognize employees who make a significant contribution to the county during the three previous months. And that contribution can include anything from excellent service to constituents, developing or implementing a new program that benefits the organization or their department, providing exemplary performance to the Santa Fe County just in their daily job performance, or anything that might be seen as a willingness to work above and beyond the call of duty or another contribution that a nominator believes to be important to recognize. The process for selecting countywide employee of the quarter begins with the designated recognition team selecting one department or elected officials office employee of the quarter for their group, and then out of those groups there is one employee who's considered for the countywide employee of the quarter award. And the employee nominated and selected, the employees that were nominated and selected for the employee of the quarter for the calendar year, for the first quarter of the calendar year, are as follows. So in support services, Jennifer Wilson, who's accounting supervisor, she has been with us since October 27th, 2018. And in addition to her duties as accounting supervisor, Jennifer has taken on the role as interim payroll supervisor. She has demonstrated great leadership skills in both roles. In addition, Jennifer was instrumental in the implementation of the new Workforce Dimensions timekeeping system, or what we call the Chronos system, that we launched in January. Jennifer is a great example to her staff, and her hard work has not gone unnoticed. That was a pretty monumental project, by the way, so thank you to Jennifer for all her hard work on that. In the Public Works group, Matthew Martinez. Matthew Martinez has been with us since February 12th, 2001. He's a Public Works program specialist. And in this last quarter, he took on the challenge of coordinating the implementation of the Lucity asset management system at Public Works. He took the initiative to train staff, coordinate GIS resources within the county, and work with vendors to manage project milestones and target dates for the Lucity implementation. He managed this workload while maintaining his regular job duties. He's a driven and dedicated employee who always has a can-do-it attitude. In our public safety group, Lisa Chavez, Emergency Communications Specialist 3. She's been with the county since October 26, 2009. Lisa's taken the initiative to assist with the current staffing gaps at RECC. In addition, she created a training guide to assist new employees to cultivate their knowledge and help them succeed as new employees of the dispatch center. She took these initiatives without being asked. Lisa's has always taken on extra responsibilities to assist the department in enhancing services provided to Santa Fe County. In our community services group, Alexander Fitzgerald, Economic Development Specialist, has also been with the county for a few years. He's been with us since June 8th of 2019. And he was instrumental in the administration of the CARES Act funding that we received from the state. His exceptional work abilities were highlighted while working with the CARES grant proposal. When the CARES Act grant came into effect, he was the one to prepare the grant proposal. His ability to emphasize and commit to this act were key to the successful implementation of this vital program. He's a true asset to Santa Fe County. And then in our final group, in the elected officials, Emma Felt-Lenahan is administrative assistant who has been with the county since August 29th, 2020. Emma has exceeded work expectations in her short tenure within the assessor's office. She has taken on additional administrative tasks and is a central point of contact for staff in the assessor's office. She ensures employees have the necessary tools and support to complete their daily tasks. Emma has a strong work ethic and a positive attitude and a strong teamwork concept that makes her an asset to the assessor's office and to Santa Fe County. So with that, this past quarter, we had all of the groups submit, which we had not had for a little while. We were, I think, with much of what happened with COVID, everybody kind of put their head down and they were working, and we didn't get a lot of submissions over the last couple of quarters, but this time we had multiple submissions, as you can see. And in each of those groups, they came out with outstanding recommendations for employee of the quarter within their groups. So the group that does the evaluation got together and had such a difficult time picking one outstanding employee of the quarter out of the group that they recommended that all 6 of those individuals be employees of the quarter. So with that, they receive 8 hours of administrative pay, and they also will all 5 of them will receive their glass award that we provide to them every to the employee of the quarter. They will all of the ones who were nominated by their group and selected by their group will receive the employee of the quarter. So it's kind of a unique one that we have 5 employees of the quarter that made it all the way to the final group, but everyone felt their contributions were so significant, and we've had such a challenging time and their successes and their dedication to Workday all have been recommended for employee of the quarter. So I just want to say that it truly was an outstanding group. It always is a very outstanding group of employees that are recommended for this. But dealing with, like, for instance, all the work that Jennifer put in getting, here we are working remotely doing all this, and Jennifer's putting in a new accounting system, a new payroll system for the whole county. And then Alex, for instance, working on the business grants, lo and behold, we have access to some portion of $50 million for business grants. And he manages to put together a program like that and help us get $4 million and get it all out the door. Also in Public Works with Matthew, a whole new asset management system with Lucity, doing that on top of his regular job. And as you all know, in public safety in our RECC, we are struggling with a lot of vacancies, and it's really called on employees to step up and contribute. And obviously in the assessor's office, they have a new gem with Emma. So just want to recognize all of those employees and thank them for their hard work and their contributions this past quarter.
Thank you, Manager Miller, and I couldn't agree more. And I'm very happy that we were in this position where we couldn't choose just one. And I'm glad that we chose all of them because they have done such huge contributions. You know, and one thing I'll say, that recognition from your own peers is so gratifying. I just want to say congratulations. You've all instilled the belief in your leadership position or your leadership role, and you've done a great job, and your peers are all looking up to you and recognizing you for what you've done for their department. And just being recognized by your peers is so gratifying. So congratulations, and we're really proud of you being county employees and working for the Santa Fe County. Are there any other comments from commissioners? Okay. Well, I just want to say congratulations again. We really
Mr.
appreciate
Chair?
all your. Yes,
I
go ahead.
do think some of the employees might be on. I see Alex is there. I think Lisa is there. So I don't know if you would like to give any of them an opportunity to say something. Oh, Alex, you look totally different since the last time I saw
Absolutely,
you.
I would, and thank you for bringing that to my attention, Manager Miller. If you'd like to just call on each individual one, and it's like, I just want to say once again, we're just really proud to have you here. Thank you.
Okay, so Alex, since I saw you turn your camera on.
Yes, Commissioners, Manager Miller, tremendously thankful for the recognition. It's been an honor to serve Santa Fe County constituents. It's been a joy to work with Santa Fe County staff, some of the best public servants I've ever met. It's a wonderful staff. And lastly, I just would like to acknowledge I couldn't have done the work I did without the support, dedication, empowerment from my leadership and my broader team. So 1,000 thank yous to them as well. Thank you again so much.
Catherine, we also have Matthew here.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go to how about Jennifer? I see you as well.
Hi, Manager. Hi, Commissioners. Thank you. I really, really appreciate the recognition. And also, I do want to say that it's the payroll team, the accounting team as a whole that have contributed to this, especially with the rollout of Kronos. That could not have happened without the support of my payroll staff. So I'm really, really appreciative of them. And also the accounting staff as well, who have had to step up since my attention is now being split, working with payroll as well. So absolutely, my team deserves recognition as well. So thank you.
Okay, Matthew.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and County Manager Miller, I'd like to say thank you. But like everybody else, I'd also like to recognize the team that I work with here. I wouldn't be able to do what I do without them, as well as other departments in the county that have also assisted with our Lucity work order system and some of the other projects I work with. So thanks again.
And I know, Lisa, you don't want me to call on you, but you're next. Lisa.
I just want to thank everybody. It's a team effort. It's not just me. It's all of our ECC. So thank you.
And then I am not sure if is Emma there? Oh, she's way, way back in the conference room in the middle there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I just wanted to say it's such an honor to be among esteemed people, and I definitely recognize the work that everyone else has done, and I really appreciate my office, um, well, taking me in with open arms and being willing to work with me, even though I'm so new. And I really appreciate the recognition, as it was more than I had expected. Thank you.
So there you go, Mr. Chair, an outstanding group of employees of the quarter.
That was awesome. Thanks again to all of you for all your hard work. Okay, so we're going to go on to item number 2C, and this is a recognition of correctional officers, nurses, teachers. Mr. Sadillo, I believe you're muted, sir. That's going to be the slogan for 2021, right?
Yeah, well, I did such a good job too. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. I'm Pablo Cedillo, the Public Safety Director for the Santa Fe County. And it's my privilege to recognize the men and women who work in corrections. This week encompasses correction officers, nurses, and teachers. But I like to recognize as well every single person that works in corrections. They have an impact on what we do in the facility. From there, I'll go ahead and give you a brief summary of the Correctional Officers Week. It is celebrated the first full week in May. It was established in 1984 by President Ronald Reagan to honor the work of correctional officers and correctional personnel nationwide, recognizing the contributions made by the men and women who work in jails, prisons, community corrections, and across the country. National Correctional Nurses Week was previously observed from October the 11th through October the 16th until 1993, when the American Nurses Association Board of Directors designated May 6th through the 12th as the dates to observe National Nurses Week. This week highlights the diverse ways in which registered nurses are working to improve our health care. Lastly, the National Teachers Week is celebrated the first week of May. It was established by the National Parent Teachers Association in 1985, with Teachers' Day of the first Tuesday of the week. This week honors teachers and recognizes their last contributions they made to our lives. At this time, Mr. Chair and members of the board, I have the warden and deputy warden here. But before I turn it over to them to say a few words, I want to personally thank everybody that works in the field in corrections, not only in Santa Fe, but nationwide. It's a very challenging job. It's very difficult at times, and it can be rewarding. So each person that works in a correctional institution has a big contribution into everybody's lives. So I just wanted to personally thank everybody who works in corrections at Santa Fe County and nationwide. Warden Williams, would you like to say a few words? I get to say it now. I think you're muted, Ms. Warden.
Warden Williams, you may have to select *6 to unmute. We can hear you. It's very low.
Is that any better?
Still a whisper.
Is that any better?
If I may, Mr. Chair, I could probably defer to the deputy warden until the warden gets his microphone working. Deputy warden?
Good afternoon, Commissioners, County Manager, Director. I just want to recognize and thank all the staff that work here. I myself been started from an officer and moved on up, so it can be a very rewarding job. Lots of people who do come and work in corrections, sometimes branch out to other departments. So I just like to thank them. I wish I could have a year-round thing for them, but just thank everybody. Thank the commissioners and thank all the county employees for always supporting us over here.
Director Cedillo.
Maybe now the warden can get on.
Hear me? Still can't, Director. Daniel.
I may not want to prolong all this, but I'll speak in behalf of the warden. I believe him and I speak about this all the time. And he truly, truly thanks everybody who works at Santa Fe County. It's with the leadership that the staff do a very good job. And I know that he has some activities scheduled. Him and the deputy warden have activities scheduled for the correctional week. And I apologize that he couldn't speak, but hopefully he can get his microphone working. But I would like to also thank County Manager Miller and all the staff, commissioners for supporting the staff at Santa Fe County Corrections. So thank you very much, Manager Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo. We really appreciate that, Director Cedillo. Do we have any comments or questions? I know we had some technical difficulties, but are there any comments or questions from the commission? Okay, seeing none, thank you again, Director Cedillo. So we'll go ahead and move on to our next presentation, and this is item number 2D. And this is a presentation of Certificate of Appreciation to Joe Jordan Berenice for an outstanding leadership as Executive Director of Interfaith Community Shelter. We have Commissioner Hansen and Commissioner Hank as sponsors. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hansen.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful to be able to present this certificate of appreciation to Joe. And I also, if Commissioner Hughes, who I can't seem to see at the moment, is there, but I would also really like to turn this over to Patricia Boyce for her to lead this presentation of the certificate of appreciation.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I am so happy to be doing this because Joe, and everybody calls him Joe, but Joe Jordan Berenice is one of my standout heroes in this community. Since he began serving as Executive Director at the Interfaith Community Shelter, he has transformed the shelter. He expanded it to make sure it had a broader capacity to connect people with the many resources that they need, including behavioral health services. He oversaw the opening of the women's shelter so that beds would be available to women year-round. The shelter started out as primarily simply a winter overnight shelter so people wouldn't freeze on the streets, and he's taken it well beyond that. You know, through Joe's leadership, he was an early and enthusiastic supporter of our Connect network, which makes sure or tries as best as it can to make sure that people are connected to all the resources they need for health and well-being. And through his leadership, Interfaith excelled at using the CARES Act funds that the county received, using them expeditiously and appropriately. And those of us at Community Services Department who have been lucky to work with Joe have always found it a pleasure, and we've especially appreciated him during the pandemic. He's one of those people whose voice you are always happy to hear on the phone. And he has developed long-lasting relationships across the county. That is one of his hallmarks, because it's his warmth and compassion that endear Joe to so many in this community. The trust that he engenders is widespread. His patience, his equanimity, his non-judgmental approach are the reason he is so successful at what he has done. And I know he would say it's the entire staff and team and everybody at Interfaith, including the clients they serve. But with him at the helm, Interfaith is now has had such a positive impact on the community. And I will miss you greatly, Joe, personally. And I just want to say thank you, and thank you so much. And also Rachel O'Connor, who's not here on at this meeting, she asked me to read a statement from her, so I will do that now. I know of no other single community leader as universally trusted, respected, and admired as Joe Jordan Berenis. He has been an amazing partner to Santa Fe County. I will miss his all-encompassing sense of grace, both personally and professionally. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boyce. Commissioner Hanson, I know you have the floor, and I know I saw Commissioner Hughes' hands up, but I'm going to let you go ahead and go.
No, I was going to turn it over to Commissioner Hughes next also.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hanson, and thank you, Patricia, for bringing this forward. And I just wanted to say I followed the Interfaith Shelter from its inception through now, and you're exactly right. It's when Joe took over that the program really became what everyone had dreamed it should be. And Joe's just been an amazing leader. He's so compassionate, and it's always amazing to me that whenever we talk about a particular client, Joe always knows who we're talking about, knows his history and what the person needs and how we should deal with it. So it's just been great working with Joe. I thought it was funny that you said you were happy to do this, because I'm kind of sad, because I don't know that anybody can do quite as good a job as Joe. Although I know that now that he has set the program up to be the program it is, it will continue on in good shape. But Joe, thank you so much for taking this on and devoting so much of yourself to this cause. Thank you.
And then, Mr. Chair, if I may, I would like to allow Joe to say a few words if he would like, which I hope he will.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, commissioners. I'm a little flattered. I'm a lot flattered and honored. Thank you. As you know, the shelter is not a one-man show. It's actually a 2,000-person show. And long before COVID, I sincerely believe that we're all in this together. So actually, I like to quote Mother Teresa, who said that the biggest problem in the world today is that we do not draw the circle of our family large enough. And I want to say that I believe the people I've worked with at the county, whether it be through Connect and other capacities, have really worked hard to enlarge the circle of our family. And I feel so fortunate, and I mean this sincerely, to have been a part of that effort. I think it's terrific, and the people I've worked with are really dedicated and committed and understand the population we serve, which so often goes misunderstood. So I just want to say thank you because, and I wish I was a little more articulate at this moment, but I really do appreciate all the people I've worked with from the county, and I appreciate all that has been said today. I truly do. I'm a little overwhelmed by it all. But thank you so very much, one and all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Joe, for all that you have done throughout the years for Santa Fe City and County and how important your work is. I know we are all grateful, and I am honored to be part of recognizing you for your incredible work to this community. And we need more of you. And so thank you very, very much. And thank you to Patricia and to Rachel, and for especially Patricia for bringing this forward and recognizing you as one of our heroes in this community. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, do we need an approval, or is the certificate in itself is the approval, right?
Yes, it is. But you know, if
Okay.
you want to make a motion, so you can go ahead and do that. But I do want to make some comments and just appreciation to Joe for all his hard work. And you know, the constituents of Santa Fe County are indebted to your service, and you've done such a great job and such a leader, and you've really made an impression in the community and everybody here today. And so we just want to thank you for your service, sir. And Commissioner Hanson, I'll come back to you. It's up to you, however you want to push it, go forward. We can say, we can make a motion to approve this certificate if you'd like, and we can go that way. So why don't you go ahead and make a motion, and Commissioner Hughes make a second?
Yes, I will make a motion that this certificate of appreciation to Joe for his outstanding leadership as Executive Director of Interfaith Community Shelter. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will second the motion.
You're on mute, Mr. Chair.
I do want to just say thank you guys for bringing this certificate of appreciation and just recognition in general forward. And so we do have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hughes. So I'll go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes, enthusiastically, yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes, doubly enthusiastic.
and Commissioner Hamilton,
Absolutely enthusiastically, yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. And I just want to say congratulations and thank you for the service to Santa Fe County. Commissioner Garcia, is he on or is he not on yet?
Yeah.
Doesn't appear. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it, sir.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you so very much.
Okay, so we're going to move on to our next agenda item, and this is agenda item number 3. And this is the approval of meeting minutes. And so we usually do this earlier in the meeting, and I think that we have a couple here that we have to do. So 3A is we're requesting approval of the March 22nd, 2021 Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners special meeting minutes. Are there any changes? Commissioner Hanson, did you have changes?
No, I'm just going to make a motion to approve.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Commissioner Hughes. Okay, so I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item is approved for the approval of the March 22nd, 2021 Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners special meeting minutes. The next one is 3B, and this is request approval of the March 30th, 2021 Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting minutes. Do we have any changes? And Commissioner Hanson, I know you usually have some clerical
I,
changes. and
I have some
correct-
changes and I will get them to the stenographer. And with that, I move to approve with changes.
So we have a
Second.
motion from Commissioner Hanson for approval with changes and a second from Commissioner Hughes, and that includes the changes, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item also passes. So we have items 3A and 3B that have both been approved for meeting minutes. And we're going to go on to our fourth item on the agenda, and this is the consent agenda. So we have three or four items on the consent agenda. Are there any items on this consent agenda that commissioners would like to get some more clarification or any kind of, or pull it from the actual consent agenda? And if not, I do want to just, recognize 4B. I'm glad to see that we're actually getting additional funding to the Boys and Girls Club is, especially during the pandemic. I think the increased compensation and additional funding will, definitely help the Boys and Girls Club. So I'm glad to see that item on there. Are there any other comments or questions from the commission? If not, what's the Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes, I do. As long as you're recognizing items, I recognize item D that I believe Commissioner Hanson has been championing as an important thing. And I would move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton, and I couldn't agree more. So we have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second, Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, I would be happy to second that. And I want to thank the board for recognition of the Race to Zero program and also all the work that our sustainability department is doing for us in this arena. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. So we have a motion and a second. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. And just a quick check, is Commissioner Garcia on yet? Tessa?
No, Mr. Chair, he is not.
Okay. So we have a unanimous vote with the commissioners that are currently present. Madam Clerk, can we get a resolution number for item number 4C?
Yes, Chair Roybal, it is Resolution 2021-035.
035. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so we're going to go on to item number 5, and this is miscellaneous action items. 5A is a request approval of amendment number 1 to JPA number 2016-0223-PW.BT between Santa Fe County and Greater Glorieta Community Regional Mutual Domestic Consumers and Sewer Works Association for the implementation of Community Development Block Grant Agreement 19-C-NR-I-01-G-17 to construct a community well and a water system upgrades in Glorieta, New Mexico. And from the Growth Management Department, we have Mr. Paul Olofson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Good afternoon, sir.
The item, okay, thank you. The item before you today is a amendment to a previously approved JPA between the county and the Greater Glorieta Water Association, and this was developed in a previous CDBG grant process to outline the responsibilities, roles, and ownership needs for the improvements to the water system. We have a second grant, which is the one you just outlined, which will improve the water system distribution as well as create a new deep well, which is needed because the water right now is not up to standard. So this agreement allows us to move the Water Association funds together with the CDBG funds and complete this last phase of this project. There is a $75,000 10% match to the CDBG grant, and the Water Association will be providing this match along with additional funds to complete the entire project. And this amendment now, if approved, will allow us to begin procuring services and construct the improvements. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
So Joe, did we lose the chair?
It appears as though he may be
Oh,
having.
no, there he is. Yeah.
Yeah, he may be having some connection issues.
Well, moving right along, as Vice Chair, I was going to ask to be called on, but I see Commissioner Hanson.
You're muted, Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, since you are acting as the chair, I would be honored to make a motion to approve amendment number 1 to the JPA between Santa Fe County and the Greater Glorieta Regional Mutual Domestic Water Consumer and Sewer Works Association.
Excellent, thank you. And now I see the chair is rejoined. So back to you, Mr. Chair.
So we do have a motion from Commissioner Hanson. This is in your district, is that correct, Commissioner Hamilton?
Well,
It is, and I'd be happy to second. Oh, I'm happy with that, Commissioner Hanson, and I'd be happy to second it.
No, we're fine with that. I just wanted to make sure that it was in Commissioner Hamilton's district. So
No,
we have a
I'm
motion
very
from
grateful.
Commissioner. So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hamilton, would you like to second?
I did. I would like to. I do. I would like to second it.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson, a second from Commissioner Hamilton. Is under discussion, or is there anything under discussion from other commissioners? Okay, not.
Given, Mr. Chair, given the concern that I have for mutual domestics and sewers throughout Santa Fe County, I am happy to see this moving forward.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Yes, is this Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes, yes, sir. Yeah, in that regard, first of all, I know the Greater Glorieta Mutual Domestic is really grateful for the efforts the county goes to help bring in CDBG money and this outside granting. They've applied for water. They have Water Trust Board money. This kind of thing is so valuable to be able to have the grant money to complete these projects. I personally think it's it's a huge amount of effort that right, it's not even dinner time yet and I'm already losing it. Olafson puts in, and his entire staff to do all the compliance for CDBG, but bringing in this additional funding to rural communities to do these projects is just a huge benefit. And I just want to personally say thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton, and I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, these types of service are basic needs for our constituents, and so, I mean, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I'm glad to see this this project coming to fruition. I mean, I think it's been in the works for some time now, and I'm glad that it's actually coming to be, you know. And so I'm really happy for the county to be able to provide this basic need. So we do have a motion and a second. Commissioner Hughes, did you have any comments, sir?
I agree with everything you all said. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Okay, so I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Royball. And so this item passes unanimously with the commissioners that are currently present. Next, we're going to go on to item number 5B, and this is a resolution delegating the county manager authority to sign and approve all documents on behalf of Santa Fe County for the implementation of Community Development Block Grant 19-C-NR-I-01-G-17. And once again, from the Growth Management Department, we have Mr. Paul Olofson.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you. Again, this is the same project we mentioned in the previous item. This is simply to provide for the county manager's signatory authority for the multitude of documents and items that are required to actually implement these federal grants. There's an enormous amount of paperwork that comes with the grant awards. And I just want to note, as I did previously, the grant is in partnership with the Greater Glorieta, and I'm not going to read the whole name because it's too long, the Greater Glorieta Water Association, and that they are providing the 10% match required for the $750,000 of loan. Or not loan, I'm sorry, grant, excuse me. So with that, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Olofson. And I think that we all know what this item is for. So, you know, if there's any other questions, if not, I'd like to take a motion. Commissioner Hamilton?
I'd like to move for approval of this item.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hanson?
I'd like to second this.
And a second from Commissioner Hanson. I did see Commissioner Hughes' hand up as well, so I appreciate that we got multiple people wanting to make motions and second, because it just shows what a great project this is. So thank you so much. We're going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item also passes unanimously with the commissioners that are currently attending. Madam Clerk, can we get a resolution number for that item?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the resolution number is 2021-036.
2021-036. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Olofson.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to acknowledge the thanks and the it is an honor to work on these types of projects and to work with such wonderful communities and to really provide these basic services. And like it has been said earlier today, it really does take a team to do these things. It's not me or any one person, it's a whole group of folks. And that goes everything from legal to procurement to the manager's office and throughout all of our different staff and public works, et cetera. So thank you to everyone for helping us do these good things for our community.
Thank you, Mr. Olofson, and thank you for your leadership, recognizing the entire team for their efforts and you know, because you're right, it takes an entire team. You know, kind of like it takes a village to raise a child, it takes a whole team to make these types of projects really come to fruition. So, thank you for your leadership, sir. Okay, so we're going to go on to item number 5C, and this is approval of amendment number 4. To amend number 2019-0110-CSD CW between Santa Fe County and Santa Fe Recovery Center, increasing compensation an additional $243,745 for a total contract sum of $808,490, inclusive of New Mexico GRT, and extending the term an additional year. Secondly, delegation of signature authority to the county manager to sign the purchase order. And from the purchasing department, we have Mr. Bill Taylor, and also we have from the community service department, Ms. Rachel O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Bill Taylor with Purchasing Division. Good afternoon, commissioners. Santa Fe Recovery Center is located off Jaguar They're a professional health provider that provide a comprehensive residential and outpatient treatment services for adults that are suffering with substance use disorders. This agreement is going to expire in April. The Community Services Department would like to continue those services, they're valuable services, of course, and for an additional year and increase the compensation for that, for those services from the Recovery Center. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions from the board, Commissioner Hanson? I believe you're on mute, ma'am.
I will be happy when we're back in the chamber, even if we might forget to turn on our mics there. I would like to move approval of amendment number 4 to agreement number 19-0110 CSD-CW between Santa Fe County, Santa Fe Recovery Center, increasing the amount of compensation, an additional sum, inclusive of all the things that you read before, and delegating signature authority to the county manager to sign the purchase order. And
Second,
thank you for all the, thank you for all the work that you're doing at the favor.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hughes. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item also passes unanimously with the commissioners that are currently present. And
Thank you.
so, thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. So we're going to go on to item number 5D. And this is request approval of City County San Juan Chama Return Flow Project Agreement. And from the Utilities Division, we have Mr. John Dupuy and also our County Attorney, Mr. Greg Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Mr. Dupuy and I spoke in advance of this item being called, and I'm going to take the lead relative to presenting the agreement. I'm going to reference, as Daniel Fresquez knows, the memorandum, revised memorandum that was shared with the Board of County Commissioners earlier this afternoon, which updates some of the discussion of the agreement, as well as includes a proposed revision concerning the interplay between a planning process and a separate NEPA process that will be required for the project. So as the board knows, the project consists of a pipeline to move unconsumed San Juan Chama project water from the city's Paseo Real water reclamation facility to the Rio Grande for A, rediversion and full consumption at the Buckman direct diversion, or B, for delivery to a downstream San Juan Chama project water user for subsequent exchange with water stored in upstream reservoirs. And should it become both feasible and preferable in the future, direct reuse, including but not limited to delivery of project supply directly to the BDD water treatment plant for direct potable reuse. In terms of what's in the agreement, I'm going to provide you with a general summary of its most significant terms. In terms of the allocation of cost and project supply, project cost and water supply are allocated 93% to the city and 7% to the county. And while these percentages correspond to the parties' respective share of San Juan Chama project water, It's important to emphasize that the county's entitlement to 7% of project supply is not dependent upon its utilizing its San Juan Chama project water or contributing it to the project in whole or in part. So therefore, the county's San Juan Chama project water remains available for any other purpose. And the agreement results in the county share of project supply being an independent and additional supply of San Juan Chama project water, distinct from the county's current allocation of San Juan Chama project water pursuant to its contract with the Bureau of Reclamation. The one exception to the cost allocation is with regard to water and financial accounting costs that are directly attributable to the project, which the draft agreement says will be split 50-50 by the parties. Again, at this county staff level, we felt that was a reasonable split of those costs because they largely arise by virtue of the county partnering with the city on the project. In other words, these were costs that would not be incurred but for our participation in the project. With regard to capital cost, the county share of capital cost is capped at $2 million or 7% of actual capital costs, whichever is less. Should capital costs be projected to cause the county share calculated at 7% to exceed $2 million, the agreement provides a variety of mechanisms to address that situation. The county could authorize additional funds to be allocated toward its capital contribution. The county could agree to have its interest in the project reduced to match its percentage contribution towards the capital cost of the project. The parties could agree to have the project redesigned to bring construction costs within available resources. And finally, should none of those options or combination of those options seem palatable, the county could agree to end its participation in the project and terminate the agreement. The payment of capital costs are generally deferred until the later to occur of the completion of the project or the county's decision that it is satisfied with the outcome of the Lower Santa Fe River Mitigation Program that's described in the next bullet in this memorandum and in paragraph 6 of the agreement itself. The one exception is a $140,000 non-refundable payment, which represents approximately 7% of the county's anticipated $2 million capital contribution. While this non-refundable payment can be viewed in multiple ways, its primary purpose is to show the county's good faith commitment to the project and avoid the perception that the county is getting for nothing the option, and that's what it is, an option to participate in the project after development of a Lower Santa Fe River Mitigation Program. So again, the $140,000 in short represents the cost of the county's option to participate in the project after certain things are developed further, more specifically, the Lower Santa Fe River Mitigation Program. The agreement requires the development of a Lower Santa Fe River Mitigation Program, and as indicated, it allows the county the right to end its participation in the project if the mitigation program does not timely materialize or the city and county do not agree on its contents. The stakeholder informed planning process that is to be used to create the mitigation program will also assist in identifying mitigation alternatives that may be considered as part of the required National Environmental Policy Act environmental review related to the project. And so in the memorandum in front of you, we quote paragraph 6 in its entirety. I would note that the second sentence of paragraph 6A is a sentence that was added in light of our individual briefing sessions with county commissioners about this agreement. It is the one provision or one sentence, quite literally, in the agreement that has not yet been formally blessed by county staff. We've included it though in this draft because of our individual discussions with Commissioner Hamilton in particular relative to the need for having that interplay clearly stated in the agreement. So again, this sentence, the second sentence of paragraph 6A, has not yet been blessed by city staff, but we're nonetheless including it in the draft presented to the board for consideration today. Moving on, the project is to be designed and constructed to be adaptable over time and to accommodate direct reuse. The agreement specifically provides that that is to be done where it makes sense, and there'd be a variety of ways in which the county could ensure compliance with the requirement that the project be designed and constructed to be adaptable over time. First, by virtue of the agreement, will be positioned in order to, and if you scroll down, Daniel, to the bullet that says project to be designed, there you go, will be positioned to participate in the design by virtue of our partnership in the project. In addition, the county utility director must approve the final construction drawings for the project, which approval should not be unreasonably withheld. So that's a formal mechanism in the contract whereby this issue could be, policed, so to speak, if there weren't otherwise agreement relative to what the adaptable design should look like. In terms of operations, the next bullet, once operational, the agreement requires the creation of an annual operating plan and budget. Ongoing operation costs are subject to appropriation by the Board of County Commissioners, and if there are any disputes relative to the operations, the budget, or the payment of operating contributions, they're subject to fairly typical dispute resolution procedures. The next provision of note concerns the term of the agreement. I think the agreement sets up the expectation that it can be or will be perpetual, but it does allow the parties to seek a divorce, so to speak, from continued participation in the project if there's been a material change in circumstance that would make continuation of the then current terms of the agreement inequitable to a party or contrary to the public good. So every 10 years, the parties are supposed to review the agreement's terms to determine whether or not there has been a material change in circumstances, and if so, what should be done about it in terms of amendment to the agreement or termination of the agreement. If the parties can't agree on those matters, then either party may, subject to mediation and other preliminary dispute resolution efforts, seek a declaration from the First Judicial District Court that there has been a material change in circumstances and that the agreement should be terminated as a result. In that event, the agreement continues that the court may condition termination of the agreement upon such terms as are necessary to avoid unjust enrichment or undue hardship. So in other words, the court can supervise the divorce of the parties relative to the project and make sure that the parties are neither unjustly enriched or unduly subjected to an undue hardship as a result of the termination of the agreement. So there is a mechanism in the agreement whereby it could be terminated earlier, but it's high bars in our view to get to that result. And ultimately, if the parties can't agree, it would be overseen by the district court. The final provision of note is the potential use of project water for turf irrigation at the club at Las Campanas. The agreement doesn't require the parties to do anything relative to the club other than to look in good faith and work in good faith with the club and with each other to determine whether or not the project allows for win-win solutions that would be augmentations to or alternatives to existing arrangements whereby the county supplies the club with raw water and the city supplies the club with treated effluent for turf irrigation. So as of the date of this of today and this memorandum that we're looking at now, city staff has approved the draft agreement with the exception of the additional language in paragraph 6A concerning the interplay between the lower Santa Fe River planning process and NEPA review. And in addition, with the exception of that same language, our understanding is that the agreement was recommended for approval by the city's Public Works and Utilities Committee yesterday. And finally, it's our understanding that the City Council is slated to consider the agreement at its May 12, 2021 meeting. So with that, by way of general but still very detailed review, I'll stop and ask Mr. Dupuy if there's any additional emphasis that he would like to add either about the agreement in total or any specific provision in particular. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Mr. Schaefer, thank you very much for the thorough presentation. And I believe you've done an excellent job, including all the points that are specific and important to our relationship and the continued building of mutual beneficial projects that we can work together on. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dupuy and Attorney Schaefer. We appreciate that, and we appreciate the hard work that went into working with the city and coming up with this agreement. And of course, we like to see mutual agreements that we can work with the city because it's beneficial as a whole to our constituency. So thank you so much for your hard work. Any other comments from the commission? Okay, so I'll go Commissioner Hamilton.
Yes, I think I want to point out that this this agreement captures a couple of points that I think are just really critical and have been very important to the county. Several commissioners, several senior staff have worked since this pipeline project first, was brought forward in early 2017. And so, frankly, since I was first a commissioner and Commissioner Hansen was first a commissioner, we've brought forth these issues of mitigation for negative impacts to downstream communities and the potential for alternative uses of which the pipeline, if it's considered appropriately, can be used to facilitate. And I am very grateful that in these multiple years of work with the city that we have really moved forward and gotten acceptance for inclusion of these comments. And there are so first of all, I want to acknowledge the county's role in that. And second of all, I want to thank the counselors and staff, senior staff at the city who have embraced, this thinking and have developed their thinking, because I think both of these things, I mean, the mitigation is just critical. But the alternative uses for the pipeline, I think, are also, this expands the city-county ability to manage water, and I think it'll become an invaluable tool in the future as things become more stressful, when there's more water stress. And so I am grateful to have something that we have been able to, even through long process, been able to work out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I still have some concerns about this, which, and I thank you, Mr. Dupuy and Mr. Schaefer, for meeting with me late last week. And we went through this, and I think you're right, Commissioner Hamilton, the county and the city have done a lot of good work on this project. I guess I agree mitigation is very important. I would rather see the mitigation plan before we sign the agreement rather than after, because I'm not sure that us bailing out 6 months from now would really do much if we found out that mitigation wasn't really possible to the extent we wanted it to be. By then, I think we might be too far down the road, with the pipeline to switch to anything else. And I guess, the other thing we asked for in our letter was consideration of other alternatives. When this first came up, I read the engineering report that the city used to decide on the pipeline, and they basically decided because it was the cheapest alternative. But I think some of their cost figures, may have been inflated for the other alternatives. If you assume that water released to the Rio Grande doesn't have to be treated to the same standard as water released to the Santa Fe River, well, that makes the cost for, direct aquifer recharge look a lot higher than maybe it is. And I talked to several hydrogeologists over the weekend who never really got a clear answer to that question. And so, that concerns me a little bit, that I think the engineering report was read as the Bible instead of just a starting place. And, it's been 4 years. There should have been plenty of time to further evaluate some of the other options that were there. The other concern I have is I'm not sure that this seems to me to be a pretty important decision for the county and the city, and I'm not sure the public has really been informed of the choices. One choice is to do this with the mitigation. Another choice that was presented before would be to pump the water upstream into the Santa Fe River and let it flow down through the lower part of the city, thus adding more riparian habitat even to what we already have. And I'm just not sure whether the public, which they value more water for houses and businesses or more water for the environment. And given our 30/30 resolution, we certainly at least ought to think about that. So yeah, those are just my concerns. I don't know if Greg or John, you have any more information that might help me, or if those are things that we still don't know. I guess that, the one thing I didn't ask you last week was whether it's ever been determined that water that would be pumped upstream into the Santa Fe River really has to be treated to a much higher standard than if it goes into the Rio Grande.
Okay, I don't know if Mr. Dupuy, I know Commissioner
Mr.
Hanson
Chair,
had some questions too, so I didn't know if you wanted to answer that Commissioner Hughes' question first, or.
Mr. Chair, I can.
I
do it
have
whatever
some
order.
answers. I have also some answers to Commissioner Hughes' questions. So in 2017, when Commissioner Hamilton and I were first elected, there was called the Carrero study. And that was I believe, the initial, engineering. And so I was a little upset with that because they started on it, but they never consulted us. And so that was a challenging issue. But what has happened over the 4 years is that we have really developed a working relationship with the city. And from that point, and so during the Carrero, am I saying it correctly, John? The study, all those presentations that you're talking about, water being pumped upstream and everything, the public has had many opportunities. There have been many meetings, many discussions. I have gone to a number of them. Some of them have been held at the old College of Santa Fe and around town. And, this is not something I feel that is new to the discussion. What is new to the discussion is the things that we have actually worked out with the city in this last agreement. And partly I want to give Dr. Jesse Roach credit and John Dupuy credit for really listening to us and hearing us and talking about the lower Santa Fe River and how important that is, because we have not let up on that. We have constantly said this is an important issue. I feel very strongly about that. I recognize that, our acequias, I have an acequia in, I'm kind of like switching a little bit, but acequia in Agua Fria that needs to be functioning again, and La Cienega has an acequia. And I think that all of these issues have the ability to be worked on, because as partners, even though we're only getting 7%, but we're 50% of capital, it's once again, we are partners with the city and therefore have more of a say. If we abandon this, we have no say. And our lower Santa Fe River is more in peril. So, those are important things for me to consider about this. Also, I'm not really a supporter of pumping the water upstream. That to me doesn't satisfy the issue of the riparian environment. More, I think we need to look at aquifer recharge, which is, I think, a more a valid direction to go to increase our riparian areas. Also, the fact that we have gotten direct potable reuse in this agreement is really important to me. I know that is important to Commissioner Hamilton. We have both, I feel, worked on this agreement in our own ways. Certainly, Commissioner Hamilton from her scientific relationship, and me more from my activist and speaking with the community. And I know there's still issues with the downstream users and their concern, but I want to make it very clear that I am very much aware of that. That is part of my district, the downstream users, and I do not want to see them being shortchanged. And I think that by supporting this agreement, both with the city, it's another opportunity for us to build capacity in our water system, and we all drink from the same, area. And I also am hoping that by getting this water, that, possibly the wells in El Dorado can be relaxed and possibly arrested, or, that there's a lot of other benefits that can come from this. And I don't mean to take so much time, but I have been thinking about this, and I wanted to just say a few of those things. And please, John or Greg, please correct me if I misspoke in any way, or Commissioner Hamilton. But I think this is a good thing to do. And it took a while for me to be convinced of this. But I see the long-term benefit, and I see the short-term benefit. And I do feel that we have a Congresswoman who really cares about acequias and can also work with us on helping us recharge our acequias in the lower Santa Fe River. So I'll leave it there for the moment, and I'll let others speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Mr. Dupuy, you being the subject matter expert, did you have anything to add, sir, or Mr. Schaefer?
Mr. Chair, thank you. And I just wanted to say thank you, both commissioners, Hughes and Hanson, for what I believe is a lot of involvement and care for getting this right, and your recognition of the city's willingness to listen. And through my experiences recently with them, I have seen that even in brainstorming how to accomplish a lot of the desires and still have the operational flexibility that's afforded with the project moving forward. And that brings me to your question, Commissioner Hughes. Answering one of them very directly, I'm not necessarily qualified to speak to the level of treatment necessary for discharge to the Santa Fe River upstream of the Paseo Real plant, but that there is a reasonable consideration for that. And in an indirect answer, but pertinent, is when we have additional supply for the utility system made through some means like the return flow pipeline project, it is an enabler for supply that you have otherwise that would have been needed for that purpose. So it has the potential, and I can't speak for the city on what they would do, but it does enable additional supply for the utility needs, such that other supplies like the Santa Fe watershed source to be used for other purposes. And in brainstorming with them, that has been a very significant consideration, in that it would enable additional Santa Fe watershed water to be made available, because there isn't as much pressure in certain circumstances for use of that for the utility directly. And Living River, amongst other things, is priority for the city, and they have a process that they go through, but I'm optimistic that it would likely result in being able to achieve a lot of the other goals that they have relative to that, one being the revitalization of the riparian areas in the river area.
Commissioner, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dupuy. Commissioner Hanson, you have an additional comment?
Yeah, so I think that Mr. Dupuy meant to say Commissioner Hanson and Hamilton in the beginning. And then I think as somebody who also sits on the Santa Fe River Commission with the city of Santa Fe, this is something that we are constantly talking about and constantly bringing up. Aquifer recharge on the Santa Fe River and servicing the lower Santa Fe River. And I do, and the fact that the Santa Fe River water already is highly, highly impaired. With the level of nutrients in the water is very high. And that, so any water that you really need to bring upstream, you might even have to clean more than you would want to because of the damage that is already happening in the Santa Fe River. And so I think that those are all items that I just wanted to point out that I think you were referring to me and Commissioner Hamilton in the beginning. And thank you, Mr. Dupuy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. If there's not any other comments from the board, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Hamilton?
I will move to approve this agreement.
I will second that.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Hanson. Under discussion, was there anything else? Okay, so I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hughes?
No, I just don't want it to pass unanimously. I still have concerns, but I would be happy to work with everybody going forward. But no.
Okay, Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
and Commissioner Garcia still isn't on, or is he? I don't believe so, so.
No,
and a
Mr.
yes-
Chair, he's not.
A yes from Commissioner Roy Ball, so this item does pass with a 3-1 vote. And so thank you very much for your hard work, Mr. Dupuy and Attorney Schaefer. I really appreciate it. I do want to, before we go on to our next item, I did want to recognize that we have Representative Tara Lujan that is here in the meeting. So welcome, Representative. I don't know if you wanted to say anything to the commission. I know that I did see you earlier.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'm happy to be listening in, and I just want to commend the commission on all the work that they're doing. I've been attending the Earth Day events that have been hosted by you, Mr. Chair, and by Commissioner Anna Hansen so far. I look forward to the rest coming in the next weeks. And I just want to say, just really quickly, and acknowledge and recognize Joe Jordan Baranis for his outstanding leadership as the director of the Interfaith Shelter. It's in my district. It's amazing what he's done and what he's done for Santa Fe and for our community and for those that he has provided a public service to. And it's just it's just a heavy heart. I think I feel with everybody else that, that he's retiring, but I just want to acknowledge that the work that he's done and thank him very, very much. And I want to also say, thank you to the commission for the additional funding to the Boys and Girls Club that you talked about today. That's actually a piece of legislation I worked on and getting some extra funding to our after-school programs. And as we know, the Boys and Girls Club here in Santa Fe has been with us, for as long as I can remember, and actually had my son participating in the club back when he was a little guy. And I really want to thank you, Commissioner Hansen, for your efforts and what you're bringing to the table with the Race for the Zero Pledge and the entire commission, and really bringing that responsibility for this sustainable initiative for our county. So thank you for all that work that all of you are doing, and for your leadership, Commissioner Hansen, on that. Looking forward to participating with you in more events to come as we're getting, more vaccinations in place. And I just want to say thank you to our governor for the initiative she's leading there as well. So thank you all for all the hard work. We all have to come to the table together and all work together. So I look forward to doing more with you and really appreciate everything that our county is doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Lujan. We appreciate you being here today and the comments in regards to the work that Santa Fe County is doing. Thank you for that recognition. I also wanted to recognize that I believe I see Governor Mora on the line as well. Governor Mora, are you here? Would you like to say anything to the commission?
Hello, commissioners. It's actually Governor Mark Mitchell. And I was listening for a little bit, but I need to sign off now. I have another commitment to attend to. But thank you for all your work, commissioners. Look forward to working with you all.
Thank you, Governor Mitchell. And it did come up as Governor Morris, so I apologize, sir. But
Yeah,
thank
no
you for
problem.
being.
I see it on my end too.
Okay, sir. Well, thank you so much for being here, and look forward to meeting with you. If you have any concerns or need anything from the county, please feel free to reach out to me.
Okay, will do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All righty.
Okay, so we're going to move on to our next item, and this is item number 5E. And this is a request approval of lease agreement number 2021-0177 CSDBT between Santa Fe County and Behavioral Health Services Incorporated, DBA, New Mexico Solutions Incorporated for lease of premises located at 2052 Galisteo. Approval of the lease agreement number 2021-0177 CSD-BT in contingent upon final approval by the State Board of Finance. And from Public Works, we have Mr. Scott Caseman, and Community Services Department, we also have Rachel O'Connor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Scott Caseman with the Public Works Department. The Public Works Department is requesting the board's approval of the first full-service lease agreement between Santa Fe County and New Mexico Solutions Incorporated for the lease of newly renovated facilities at 2052 Galisteo Street in Santa Fe. New Mexico Solutions will use their portion of the facility to operate the La Sala Behavioral Health Crisis Center. An appraisal was completed in January of 2021 that established the rent for New Mexico Solutions portion of the building at $14,848 per month. The lease provides for the rent to be paid in the form of in-kind services and any deficiencies to be paid in cash. The lease is a full service lease, which means the county will be paying for maintenance, insurance, taxes, and utilities. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Mr. Chairman, you're muted.
Chair Roybal, do we still have you?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry about that. Do we have questions or comments on for Mr. Caseman? I'm going to go to Commissioner Hansen.
Mr. Chair, if there are no questions, I would like to move to approve the request approval of lease agreement number 2021-0177 CSD between Santa Fe County and Behavioral Health Services doing business as New Mexico Solutions for the premises located at 2052 Galisteo, which I'm so excited is about to open. And I want to thank the staff and everybody who has worked on this for all of your hard work. And it is so important to have this type of facility in Santa Fe County and to be able to provide benefit to our constituents. So with that, I move to approve.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hansen, and I see a hand up from Commissioner Hughes, and he would like to second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. So I do have a motion from Commissioner Hansen and a double second from Commissioner Hughes. Is there anything else under comments? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Hansen?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal, so this item passes unanimously. And I just want to say thank you for all the hard work as well. I know that this is going to be a great facility for our constituents that are in need of this service. So I just want to thank you for all the hard work. So next we're going to go on to item number 6A, and this is presentations. And the first one is presentation and update from the Bureau of Land Management, BLM, Taos Field Office on recreational target shooting in Santa Fe County. And from the Growth Management Department, we have Miss Maria Lohman.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, hello. My name is Maria Lohman. I'm the Senior Open Space and Trails Planner here with Santa Fe County. I'm going to keep my part of the presentation very brief. I just want to start this conversation by saying that Santa Fe County staff have been coordinating with BLM Taos Field Office, New Mexico Game and Fish, Santa Fe National Forest, and many other agencies to address concerns related to recreational target shooting in Santa Fe County. As part of the initiation of these conversations, Santa Fe County organized and convened stakeholder meetings, a focus group meeting. Right at the beginning of 2020, we had scheduled 3 meetings to work with a variety of different stakeholders, including neighbors and community members, hunters, recreational target shooters, hikers and equestrians, wildlife experts. We had lots of different folks come to our meetings. The last meeting was put on hold because of the onset of the pandemic, but we did wrap up that those series of meetings by asking for written comment, which we were able to share with BLM as they've started their part of the process. So with that, I'm going to introduce Pamela Mathis, who is the Taos Field Office Manager, and she will take it from here.
Thank you so much, Maria. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, on behalf of the Bureau of Land Management, we want to thank you today. We appreciate the opportunity and also the invitation for this informal briefing of conceptual ideas to improve public safety in the greater Santa Fe area. What we have for you today are some preliminary outcomes of that 1-year process with the Santa Fe Focus Group and what has been a 2 to 3 year process for an interagency working group with BLM and many other agencies to come up with some conceptual ideas that would potentially lead to a formal proposal, formal environmental assessment and public input process to address the specific questions of where constituents can safely practice recreational shooting with the fewest conflicts. So I do want to be clear, there are no decisions that have been made, rather a process of on the ground scouting and looking and ruling out certain locations and others rising to the top of the fewest conflicts so far. So we're dedicated to listening and finding solutions, and it's pretty clear to us that the ultimate solutions will be by bringing key partners together. And we believe that to be the county commissioners, your sister county, also state lands, state game and fish, our tribal leaders, grazing permittees, recreational organizations, non-governmental partners, and potentially congressional representatives as well. So at this point, I would like to turn the presentation over to our project manager, Brad Higdon. He'll tell you where we're at so far, and we'll discuss our next steps.
Thank you, Pamela. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'd like to start off by thanking Santa Fe County for its support in this planning effort thus far. Maria Lohman and Paul Olofsson in particular have been exceptional to work with. I'd also like to thank the Sheriff's Department for keeping engaged and providing meaningful input. Could we go to the next slide, please? Thanks. So recreational target shooting is a legal and legitimate use of public lands. But with a substantial increase of gun ownership and sport shooting in the United States over the last 10, 15 years comes increased conflicts and compromised safety, especially where these target shooting activities are concentrated in the urban interface areas on public lands in Santa Fe County. So as Maria mentioned, we've been working with Santa Fe County, New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, Santa Fe National Forest, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services to address these concerns. We're also in the process of reaching out to area tribes, and we also have plans to meet soon with the State Lands Office as well. Next slide, please. So this slide shows 3 areas of public lands where unconfined, undeveloped target shooting is concentrated. In these concentrated areas, we have real concerns about public safety. Someone getting caught in the crossfire even. We have resource degradation occurring, vegetation is denuded, trash is accumulating. These areas tend to draw illegal dumping activities. Other public land users, livestock grazers, livestock grazing permittees, and other recreationalists are displaced and otherwise impacted. And these high-use shooting areas are also too close to residential areas. Residents are concerned about their safety, even within their own backyards, and the potential spread of wildfire from these shooting activities. There's also, they're also constantly bothered by the loud, erratic noise associated with target shooting. So one of the things that the agency working group accomplished, as Maria pointed out, was the getting together the focus group that was led and organized by Santa Fe County, and a key outcome from that well-rounded group of diverse interests was a consensus that we needed safe environments to go shoot around the county, and including safe environments to take your family for a shooting outing. So the focus group recognized that developing shooting ranges is key to resolving these conflicts. So, and by shooting ranges, I mean specifically, facilities designed and engineered for safe sport shooting opportunities. So our focus as an agency working group has been really over the last year or so has been to find a suitable location on public lands where we could develop shooting ranges. Next slide, please. Again, let me be clear. There's no ideal location on public lands for developing shooting ranges. We're having to consider the trade-offs. Any development of shooting ranges would involve, environmental consequences, impacts. And so our planning is largely an exercise in weighing the trade-offs. BLM resource specialists and our working group members have gone out on numerous occasions to conduct field visits to scout potential locations. Just looking for suitable locations, particularly on public lands where, the BLM as an administrating agency has a lot more flexibility and discretion on these types of developments, more so than other land managers around the state. So in the Camel Tracks area specifically, we identified this location delineated in red as a possible site for developing a shooting range. About 3.5 miles of road would need to be upgraded and maintained to access this location. We'd also have to consider what to do with the current shooting area where the conflicts are occurring. We'd have to consider remediating the site, cleaning it up, and perhaps reclaiming it. We'd also consider imposing restrictions on shooting, precluding, the discharge of firearms at these locations, as well as maybe a larger restriction to shooting in relation to or in proximity to the residential areas nearby. Next slide, please. So this is what a shooting range might look like at this location. I want to emphasize again that this is only a conceptual design. The BLM is still very open to ideas and even other suitable locations if they might exist. With this conceptual design, an area of around 240 acres could accommodate a variety of shooting opportunities, from long-range rifle shooting to shotgun shooting, to multiple lanes for handgun shooting or even sighting in hunting rifles. Again, about 3.5 miles of road would need to be upgraded and maintained. And the BLM needs to look at more intensive management of this Camel Tracks area in general, the remediation of the existing site, shooting restrictions in certain areas, and even improvements or other developments for livestock grazing and recreation. Next slide, please. So that's essentially the same case with the Buckman Alamo Creek area. The existing shooting destination here is along Alamo Creek and is only about a half a mile from residential area. So we conducted multiple field visits throughout the Buckman area and settled on this location, identified in red, as the most suitable, in this case for a pretty modest shooting range facility. This location would avoid various issues and concerns, including concerns related to wildlife, cultural resources, and conflicts with other well-established uses of the area. Next slide, please. So as with the camel tracks, we would relocate shooting to this conceptually designed shooting range. We look at remediating the current shooting area. We consider applying restrictions on shooting near the residential areas, and we plan for other recreational opportunities along that Alamo Creek drainage. Next slide, please. So this conceptual design would provide for up to 3 shooting lanes, 25 yards to 100 yards in length. And again, I want to emphasize that this is only conceptual design, that we're open to other ideas and locales if they might exist. Next slide, please. So in the San Pedro Mountains, shooting is currently concentrated in a small area where individuals and parties have often had to line up to take a turn at one of the unofficial shooting lanes. In this case, there are private residences as close as 3/10 of a mile to these shooting locations, and they're within a line of sight. So, you know, we've also had a much harder time trying to identify a suitable location in this area where a shooting range might be accommodated, largely because of the relatively small patchwork of public lands that exists in this area. Really limits our options. One possibility that we've looked carefully at is a location at the western end of the San Pedro Mountains. But this location would require, an access across the 160-acre open space that Santa Fe County purchased in 2011. And developing a shooting range at that location just may not be compatible with the management plan prepared for that open space. So next slide, please. So, this is a bit more of a challenge to find solutions in the San Pedro area. We've essentially exhausted our options for developing a shooting range, particularly on public lands. And that leaves us with looking at making the current location more safe, maybe imposing new controls on the site, such as enforceable hours of operation. We're also open to the idea of developing something on non-federal lands, working with the county or a sister county, the state or other partner in developing a shooting range that would, meet this demand in the southern part of the county elsewhere. But restrictions on shooting altogether in the San Pedro area is something that really needs serious consideration due to the conflicts that we're experiencing there. Next slide, please. And thank you, Daniel, for taking care of the slides. So the next step really is to take a bit of a leap and just, put our proposal out there. We have some fine tuning to do on it. We still need to polish up these preliminary options and move forward with a broader, more formal planning process in compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act, the NEPA. We'd be preparing an environmental assessment, an EA, that looks carefully at all the options that analyzes the impacts of those options and really weighs carefully the trade-offs. And so, as Pamela mentioned, we really can't meet the public's demand for a more safe, controlled shooting ranges without partnerships. And as part of the EA process, we're also preparing to reach out to the public for more input, for greater participation, and certainly we're seeking those potential partnerships. So I want to take just a quick moment to thank you, Mr. Chair and Commission, for this opportunity to present to you. And with that, I'll turn things back over to Pamela.
Thank you, Brad. And before we take some questions or hear some input, which we hope you do have, we are interested in knowing whether the commission as a whole is interested at all in that western end next to the open space for San Pedro. And if that's off the table, also willing and wanting to consider some other locations. As Brad mentioned, we have a meeting with State Lands next week, and we were very happy that also the Director of State Game and Fish helped broker that meeting, if you will, so we can look at, are there options for any land exchange with state lands? Private lands are also on the table. Nothing is off the table. Some of those solutions take a little bit longer, and that is deeply a concern of our team. So we do right now have a very reasonable consideration for funding to fund one of the target shooting, presumably the largest, presumably the one with the least conflicts, which appears on the face, to, without going out to the public, to be camel tracks. And State Game and Fish has said that they would consider and apply for a grant for the construction of that. Now, what we don't have right now is a willing and able partner to run the day-to-day management. And we recognize that that has to be identified. And so as we move forward through the planning process, the public input process, we are seeking audiences with shooting organizations and others to see how we can come together to reach viable solutions. And as I stated at the beginning, if we want to do something different, then it's going to take all of us and solutions so that we can bring everybody to the table. And I just have to say I was touched by Joe's comment earlier with the Mother Teresa quote of drawing that circle of your family a lot larger. And that is in fact what we're looking for. And so with that, Chairman, I'd like to turn it back over to you and see if the commissioners have questions for Brad and his team, myself, or other comments that we should be considering.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Higdon. Go ahead, Maria, and then I'll go to commissioners.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to let you know that we do have some members of the public who would also like to provide comment. They should be on this call. So if you would like to have that as part of this presentation too. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Yeah, we have some time that we can allow public comment. Commissioner Hansen?
No, I was just going to mention the same thing, that there are constituents here before we make comments from the commission that want to make comments. I can see, I believe 3 of them. There may be more.
Yeah, we've got a list already, Commissioner Hansen, so
Okay, good.
I was already notified. Thank you so much. But then I'll also ask if there's additional constituents that would like to make comments relative to this issue. Okay, so are there any questions though for Ms. Mathis or Mr. Higdon? If not, then I'll go to Commissioner Hamilton. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess the first question is, what is BLM bringing to this? It's BLM land, and I know, BLM has never regulated shooting on its land. If you now consider it a big safety issue and whatnot, why aren't you guys developing the facilities? I mean, you know.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. I think that's a very fair question. So, well, yes, it is our public lands, your public lands, and we are committed to doing what engineering we can. Engineering, education, and enforcement, the 3 E's. We are interested in applying for additional federal monies through our headquarters. And obviously the prospect of a grant from State Game and Fish would cover only one of those areas. So we would also have to step up to the plate from our agency to address the other 2 areas. If there is a land swap potentially on the table, that's something else we would be bringing to it. We are in the process of hiring a new law enforcement ranger specific for that Santa Fe and Espanola area to increase enforcement of dumping, target shooting, other things that are going on there. That job should be on the streets relatively soon. And Brad, would you like to add more to that?
Well, let me just say that, you know, we are working on developing a plan to address these conflicts, including the planning for the recreational target shooting. We anticipate conducting, you know, an environmental review process in compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act. So there are things that we have in motion that you know, that the BLM can, you know, contribute to this overall issue. Certainly, we're taking responsibility because the issues occur on public lands. But you know, as Pamela points out, that it really is going to take a broad you know, set of teamwork to accomplish our goals for this.
Well, I have like another question and a few comments, I think, in terms of maybe getting information in the future. One of them is, if this is not a funded project, I'm not sure what auspices you would be conducting NEPA under. You're doing it sort of preemptively before there's a project actually recommended. So I'm a little curious about that. The other thing is, you know, there are a lot of good ideas, and I get the value of this, but to be able to evaluate the importance of this compared to many other public safety and recreational opportunity issues that the county has on its table, I'd really like to see the data that defines the safety issue in a way that's comparable to some of the other issues we're dealing with, like how many people and cows have been shot by recreational shooters, and you know, what some of the environmental pollution has been, and you know, the other things like that, so that we can make a comparison. And I want to put it out on the table that this kind of investment, I mean, looking for partnerships is code talk for you know, having other people put up the money to do this. I have real concerns about that. If the county is going to take on putting in capital, we have a capital planning process. So this needs to be put on that process and be evaluated with other projects. We right now are at capacity with projects, including recreational projects, that haven't been done for years and years. And you know, I think it's, you know, part of the reason for having a planning process is that we don't continually have projects that get voted on and put forward and then languish for decades because other things get moved in the front. So we have capital and strategic planning. It doesn't mean that, you know, everything has to be in a rigid temporal sequence, because, you know, the importance of something is also a weighting factor. But I want to see the information and have it brought to the county in a way that it can be considered in the perspective of the other projects that the county is doing. I mean, that's quite frank.
Hey, thank you.
And those are my comments for now. And it's not to, I just, for the record, it's not to devalue importance and people's safety concerns. And I know there are always people on both sides of the issue. I've done lots of recreational shooting and I love it. And I don't want to be in my house and be shot at. I mean, both of those, I mean, one thing doesn't, just because I like to shoot guns doesn't mean I want to be shot at. Nobody should be shot at, but so I'm not minimizing the value and the meaningfulness of bringing this sort of thing forward. But we still have to, on a rational basis, be able to evaluate it compared to other projects that are already on the books and need county resources.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton, and I would agree with your comments. I also had a question as far as BLM land. Would any BLM land, if we establish these areas for recreational shooting, there's other parts of BLM land that are pretty far away, they're really far away from residents. Is there going to be a certain distance from residents that it'll be? I don't know if we're looking at the possibility of issuing citations or what would happen at that point, but I'm just curious, there's other parts of BLM property that are miles away from homes and stuff. Would those areas would you still be able to shoot guns recreationally in those areas if they're further away from residents, or will that not be allowed any longer?
Mr. Chairman, the lands on BLM are called dispersed shooting. And unless a resource management plan, which is similar to your county use plans, unless those plans specifically close an area to target shooting, they are in fact open. The main issue that we have is relative access to the public. Most of the studies that I have seen from the sports shooting roundtables suggest that target shooters are not, for example, going to hike long distances. They're going to want relative access from a highway or from a main road to the BLM road and a place to park. And most of the target shooting would be, right there. Brad, did you want to maybe also address how your team has looked at some of those other access issues and also, I think what the chairman mentioned were buffer zones as well.
Sure. One of the things that we recognized as an agency working group is the fact that, these current locations exist because they're easy to get to. And so, one of our objectives was to find a suitable location that would still draw the same group of shooters, and so we want to go further out to get away from the residential areas, and then to prevent folks from continuing to use these existing locations. If we were to develop these ranges, we would look at restricting those locations with some kind of a buffer. I don't want to speculate what that is, but we'd have to work as a team to identify an appropriate buffer to remove shooting from relatively close proximity to these residential areas. So that's kind of the trade-offs, the balance we're trying to strike. If we were to build something in a real remote location, then we don't expect the public willing to travel great distances to get there. So we've kind of we're striving to meet that balance. The other thing is that we're talking about several blocks of public lands in the Santa Fe County area that aren't necessarily vast expanses of open space. They're relatively smaller blocks that we have to work with, and they're loaded with significant natural and cultural resources and other uses. And so it's really a challenge to strike that balance. And as I mentioned, we're focused on public lands that BLM manages because that's what where we have jurisdiction. but we also are, tend to have more discretion in our agency's mission, in our regulations and policies to consider these types of developments. We have a broader range of options to us than the more narrow mission of the Forest Service, for example, or even the state lands.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hamilton, I saw your hand up again.
I was going to ask about, and Brad, you touched on the answer with respect to places people already shoot. Whether you had information from other experience, other states, even any place. I keep wondering whether building, it's a wonderful idea, but whether building a shooting area is actually going to limit, use in the historically used areas, and what kind of enforcement, which you've never done before on BLM land, would be required to kind of to reduce that shooting. A few years ago when we first started, I'm sorry, in one of the areas that's particularly close to the development, there are other safety developments. You can put in a 10-foot high berm, and that blocks the entire developed area, and set things up so people shoot in the other direction and not really have to move things. Might be cheaper than putting in an entire new shooting range. And I don't know if that's an option that's rational to consider, but I'm thinking of it from a practical point of view of where people already shoot and what the possibility is of actually reducing that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me just say that, we have given serious consideration to developing these existing locations where the activities are currently occurring. But our one of our main objectives is to move them away from these residential areas. It's affecting, it's a quality of life issue for the area residents. But these locations also, there's other demands for the use of those areas. For example, staging OHVs or trailheads and so forth. And so, yeah, this is just one of those trade-offs we're having to consider. And we're hoping, Commissioner, to get to an earlier question, we're hoping that through our planning process, the NEPA process, we will flush out, what, the best options are. And we also intend to hopefully flush out, exactly who will take on the responsibility for building them and managing them.
I know I should probably know, but my brain is thinking, what's an OHD?
I'm sorry, OHV, off-highway vehicle, whether motocross, bikes, or Jeeps, that sort of thing.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. I did have a additional question. I know that there's a distance that the Game and Fish has established that somebody can, if they're hunting and somebody's property adjoins state land or BLM, that there's a certain distance that they have to be away from a house to discharge a firearm. And I thought it was 1,000 yards, but I'm not sure. Is this something that would be considered as well with the buffer, just because that potential could happen? Just another question.
Chair, that's an excellent question. And that is what our sister BLM folks are doing in other states. And that is something I'm actually looking at, seeing if I can implement right away, pending all of this, is adopting the Game and Fish buffer zones. They're about roadways, not shooting over a roadway. The homes, trails, some of those other aspects. So that excellent, excellent point, and definitely under consideration right now.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments from the commission? If not, then I'll go to public comment. Commissioner Hansen, go ahead. You're muted, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really wanted to wait until the end, until we had some public comment. So that's some of my concern. But I do have one question. Game and Fish is still at the table. And they are planning to possibly build one of the shooting ranges, New Mexico Game and Fish.
Correct. We met with the director this week, and he has committed to applying for an out-year grant under the Pittman Robinson Fish and Wildlife Service federal funds that are available. And I believe, as you know, Commissioner, they also have some pretty sound diagrams and plans. And that team is definitely at the table.
Okay, and then I will just comment about San Pedro. I do believe that from our own analysis from county open space, that that is just not a feasible area to have a shooting range. From what the discussions I have had with county management, that area in San Pedro and with open space staff is there's really too many cultural resources on that piece of land of open space, and having to get there would have to go through some of these cultural resources, and that would really create a problem. And I really feel that if Santa Fe County is willing to move forward with one or two shooting ranges, that it would behoove our sister counties, such as Torrance or Bernalillo, to also step up to the plate and look for funding, because a lot of the shooters that do come to San Pedro are from the Albuquerque area. So I just wanted to throw that out, but I want to reserve my time to make comments after we hear from some of our other speakers or from some of the constituents.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. I did want to say that I noticed that Tammy Scarlett Maynard, are you part of the public that wants to address the commission, or were? Yes, okay. So Tessa, if we can please get her name down as well to the list so we can make sure and call on her. So I'm going to go ahead and go to public comment. Tessa, can we have our first member of the public that would like to comment relative to this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The first person who has signed up is Charles Harrison.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for inviting me to comment today. My name is Charles Harrison. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Fe County. I've been involved in this issue for over a decade. I especially want to thank and praise my county commissioner, Anna Hansen, and her excellent assistant, Sarah Smith. They've both worked endlessly with their constituents and answered endless questions. And I hold the entire county commission in the highest possible regard for serving and protecting me and all my fellow citizens. I know you've all worked long hours behind the scenes with little recognition to bring about this amazing result. We now have something to work with BLM. BLM presentation opens by mentioning the importance of partnership and collaboration. This is exactly what we've been seeking and what we understand is currently true in many Western states. We hope this document marks the turning of a page in a new era in BLM relations with its neighbors in this region. There are obviously issues that haven't been addressed yet, but this is an earnest and welcome start. Probably the most serious omission is the lack of planning to deal with those currently abusing the public trust at Alamo Creek, I think other places as well. I mean the people who will never use a managed shooting range, those who shoot at night, who shoot rapid bursts with automatic weapons, who kill cows and leave the bodies to rot, who leave mountains of trash, occasionally burning, and who shoot across fences into private land. All of those things happen in my immediate neighborhood. The only phrase that's in the BLM current thing that even touches on this is remediation of the current shooting area. And I know that that's going to be a big concern, and I appreciate that it's included in this. It's wonderful to see BLM talking about segmenting land use, deciding some uses can happen some places and some can't. This is the essence of land management, and other federal agencies like the Forest Service has found it strongly promotes civil order and it reduces friction among users. So we're really hoping for that. Now, there's clearly going to be ongoing expenditure for salaries as well as facilities construction and maintenance. When we're wondering what the enforcement people needed to make this transformation successful, be on county or federal salaries, and will those salaries come from federal, state, or county budgets? I know none of that's decided, but I'm raising the issue because it's a very important one. And I want to finish by praising BLM for agreeing to set up managed ranges, for looking into funding for them, and for saying they welcome public input. I look forward to learning what forum will be set up for public discussion. As a person involved in this from the beginning and as an owner of land bordering on BLM, I look forward to continuing participation, and I look forward to a growing sense of peace and safety for everyone in Santa Fe County affected by this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. And I think we neglected to say, even though if you had that right under the 3 minutes, I'm not sure if we mentioned that it was a three-minute time limit. So if we can get our next speaker, Tessa.
Yes, Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Ralph Fehrenbach.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Hello, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
That's great. Thank you. Thanks for giving me the chance to describe how this has influenced my life. I'm a resident at La Tierra Nueva, and my property borders BLM. And my wife and I bought that 8 years ago. The world seemed to be okay back then. We could transition from our land to BLM and do what we'd like to do, to hike, to ride, and to walk our dogs. This is no longer possible because the shooters along Alamo Creek, they have developed one wildcat site after the next. And whenever one site is turned into a dump, they move on. And now they've changed the direction of their shooting such that they post targets, mostly beer bottles, onto the fence posts that separate my land from the BLM land, and they shoot right into my property. BLM has responded to that by posting no shooting signs right there. Those no shooting signs do no longer exist because they are shot. My house has been hit. My car has been hit. I've seen dead dogs in the morning from the nights of shooting before. I used to clean up the two sites that are closest to my house. I can see them. And within a week, I collect thousands of rounds that are fired from there in all directions. When I'm in my kitchen or in my dining room, I can see the muzzle flashes that instigates an instinct to drop to the ground to take cover. And all of that has led to the fact that my wife and I don't live there anymore. It's too dangerous. We can't be on BLM land, and we can't even be safe in our own home because there's shooting in our direction. And so we shut down the house, laid off the people working for us. I wound down my investments in Santa Fe. And rather than riding through the pandemic in New Mexico, which we have liked, we bought a house on the East Coast. And this is from where I participate now, regretting that the situation has devolved into that. So I would like to finish by just making the comment that, yes, I've been personally afflicted by that, to an effect that my wife and I had reason to fear for our lives. We don't live there anymore. That would be it.
Thank you, Mr. Fehrenbach, for sharing with the board.
My pleasure.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Chip Monday.
Yes, thank you, Tessa Joe. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Chip Monday. I'm the General Manager of the Las Campanas Homeowners Association, and I'm also a local resident. I live at 23 Avenida de Mercedes in the Roybal subdivision just off Cal del Rio Road. And I was privileged to be one of the group that was taking part in the focus group that was talk about diversity. It was an amazing group of people from all walks of life and different parts of our culture, which demonstrated not only the people that have interest in this, but how difficult it's going to be to create a solution that can address the concerns of all these disparate concerned people. So I encourage and support, and my community encourages and supports this effort to find, a workable solution. One of the things that was touched on, and I can't even get close to what Mr. Fehrenbach had to say, but we do have, if you walk across the street from where I live, just cross Cal del Rio Road, and that's where you would turn left on County Road 62, which is called Oro Grant Road. And there is a little parking area there at the trailhead to the Camino Real Trail. The Camino Real Trail goes between one of the active shooting areas, which is not mentioned in the BLM's presentation, which is directly west of our offices here at Las Campanas, and in the vicinity of the Buckman Water Diversion Plant at the intersection of Dead Dog Leg Road and Cal del Rio Road. And what we're very concerned about the environmental impacts. You can't go out there without seeing shell casings and furniture and appliances and all kinds of debris, but also the people using Camino Real Trail. And you can't go outside on any day of the year and not hear gunfire. One of the things that really caught and brought this to our attention was, and I sent a couple of pictures to Commissioner Hansen's office earlier. Hopefully it makes its way to everyone in this group, but we had a truck that was part of the Club at Las Campanas' fleet that was parked at the water recycling facility on Las Campanas Drive, which is right near our dog park. And that truck was parked with its tailgate facing towards one of these ranges. And the tailgate was hit with what looked like a 30-06 round. And we have in those pictures the truck tailgate and the round. And we're very concerned about taking a holistic approach to providing a safe environment for the shooters and the residents of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monday. Okay,
Mr.
Tessa,
Chair,
can
our
we get
next
speaker?
Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Our
No,
next
you-
speaker is Bob Bewley.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. I'm in San Pedro, and I was Mr. Ravenbach's comments. I thought we had it bad here, but I don't see muzzle flashes. But San Pedro is a particularly inappropriate place for a shooting area. It's in a bowl. There are houses to the north, to the south, to the east, to the west. It's open, but there's driveway access to another resident that lives a little farther to the south. And many of the residents, many of our residents in that area surrounding the shooting area have experienced bullets damaging their house, flying by their head. I think Tammy's on the WebEx, and she might mention some of her personal experience. She's one of those houses that looks right down on the shooting area, like Brad said earlier, Brad Higdon. You know, this is all line of sight. We're looking down on the shooting area. They're looking up at these residences. And one of the primary concerns we have here in San Pedro is fire danger. The people are terrified of fire. Many of the residents are working to thin their property, and you know, we've had a fire here that started at the shooting area in 2017, required the evacuation of 50 homeowners. You know, we were part of that group, and it was certainly an experience you don't want to repeat again. And every morning, I mean, I have about 19 years experience working wildland fire. And when there's a red flag warning and you hear people over at the shooting area, which is about half a mile from our house, and they're exploding targets, and it's a red flag warning, it really raises the blood pressure. You know, it's a terrifying experience. So I really, I think Brad mentioned that, you know, potentially the use of a county ordinance to restrict shooting in the San Pedro area might be a viable option. And one of the reasons we have so many people coming into San Pedro from Bernalillo County is that they passed an ordinance back in 2010 that made it illegal to shoot firearms any place except for a managed shooting range. You know, and after 2010 is when our shooters here really the shooting really increased. So something to consider. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. We appreciate it. Or do you pronounce your name Bewley? Okay, thank you. Tessa, can we get our next speaker?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is Tammy Maynard.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you all today. Thank you, commissioners, for hearing our concerns. It was about 4 years ago that I stood in front of the commissioners and also expressed my concerns about the shooting that does take place in the San Pedro recreation area. My home does border that land. My home is approximately 850 yards from the most prominent shooting location within the BLM area. Over the years, I have experienced bullets flying over my head. I have been followed home and threatened by armed individuals who are scared of the area being shut down to shooting. Of course, we were evacuated during the fire. My husband is an 18-year veteran of the United States Army, and due to the constant and harassment of just noise, the constant gunfire, it does happen all hours of the day and night. The decibel levels on that are extreme. It does cause him extreme anxiety and trauma from his experiences in Iraq and Afghanistan. He just got back from his 4th deployment, and already, you know, this is becoming a serious concern. My 2-year-old runs inside the house when he hears the automatic firing of weapons. The noise as it comes up to our house, it feels like they are just right in front of you. And like I said, we have constant stray bullets come into our house. So just to give an example, like I said, we're 850 yards approximately where our home is. Our property does extend out further. The most popular handgun for people to go out and target shoot with, you know, is a 9mm. And the average distance that a 9mm bullet will travel is about 2,130 yards. So you can imagine that we are, you know, depending on what people are shooting down there, is a constant threat. It is a real liability. And I do want to thank the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department, because over the last 4 years, they have definitely stepped up and come to our attention when we have called, whether it's been explosions, whether it has been the individuals that followed me home. just a number of different reasons. And I do appreciate BLM also working with them to get a better law enforcement in the area, because like something was mentioned before, the biggest reason that people utilize these areas are quick access. And so what happens with our area is they drive off the road, and within 2 minutes they come in, explode something for fun, and then take off, and they are never to be seen again. So I know that the task is difficult, but I do appreciate everybody involved in the situation, because our lives are in constant danger every single day because of this shooting. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. We appreciate it. Okay, Tessa, did we have any other speakers?
Mr. Chair, that was the last speaker that signed up.
Okay, so I just want to see if there's anybody else that would like to speak on this issue in the public that didn't get a chance to sign up. You can unmute yourself and just state your name. And also, if you're a call-in, you'll have to hit *6, or is that correct, Tessa? *6. If you're a call-in user, you can hit *6 to unmute yourself and just state your name for the record. Okay, hearing none, it looks like that was going to be our last speaker from the public, and you know, I just want to thank everybody for being here and sharing these issues and your experiences that you've had in these situations where there's shooting ranges that are close to your homes. So thank you again for being here, and I just want to thank also our presenters, and thank Maria Lohman for all her input and bringing this forward. So we appreciate that. I'm going to go to Commissioner. It looks like we have 3 commissioners that want to comment. So Hamilton, I'll go to, and then I'll go Hughes and Hansen. I think you wanted to go last, right, Commissioner Hansen, for your final comments?
Yeah. You know, the crazy shooting that's been brought up, I may be wrong, but I would tend to think that the 80% of the people who are relatively compliant and would go and use the shooting ranges, like, or let me say, who would use the shooting ranges, are already fairly compliant. First of all, I'm concerned that the craziest of the shooting wouldn't be affected by the ranges. That's a slightly different issue. The point was brought up of potentially putting an ordinance that either would, by the county, that would, like Bernalillo County did, that would either establish buffer zones around developed areas or not disallow shooting except in managed, shooting ranges. That wouldn't apply on federal land. So BLM has to step up and do that on their own land. And the county, and I know, I think you mentioned that, I think, Pamela, you mentioned that might be, or something, I'm sorry, you would consider, but that gives me some real concern, because some sort of buffer and some sort of action like that would seem to be a very rational thing to consider, but we don't have jurisdiction on federal land.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to go back, and staff pointed out that I missed somebody from the public that wanted to make a comment. It was Joshua Maynard. Joshua, did he still want to make a comment to the commission? I'll go ahead and allow that.
Yes, sir. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Yeah, my name is Josh Maynard. My wife, Tammy, just spoke. I just had a few things, and thank you, Commissioner and fellow commissioners, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. So really, my wife kind of hit the nail on the head. And all the neighbors, we experience a lot of the same things. Really what I want to get after is, what is the value of lives? And I'm an avid hunter, avid shooter myself. So I'm very empathetic to people wanting to shoot. But at what cost? When I'm out walking my property, which is my property line boundaries, the BLM, I'm within 150 yards of people shooting. I can't take my 5-year-old son and go walk in the woods on my property without a fear of him getting shot or myself getting shot in the process. People down there while there are many people who go shoot and have respect for the land and the people who live there, there's a good majority that don't. And it's very evident by the amount of trash and just everything that's been shot at. And I know in the past, BLM has tried to mitigate where people are shooting, and they've been placed berms. And one of the times they placed a berm that faced right towards my house, thinking that would keep people from shooting in that direction. Well, at that time, it created more target shooting in that direction, even though there were signs clearly posted, no shooting in this direction. There are fences that have been put up. There's a gate that's been put up to try to offset the distance that people shoot from our property. People use that fence to hang targets on and shoot off of it. I guess what I hope everybody understands, BLM in Santa Fe County, is that people's lives are in danger. I've been shot at multiple times overseas, and it's not a good feeling when you come home and you sit on your own property and you hear a round pop over your head. It's fearful for everybody. So I just want to take a minute and kind of reiterate some of those things. And really to my last point is the water contamination in the area. The amount of lead that's getting put in the ground in the water table, which is relatively low. My house right there on San Pedro, the well sits at about 100, or the water table is at about 150 feet. So it's very shallow to the land. And that water table goes directly underneath the San Pedro shooting area. So I guess that's my other concern would be the lead remediation or the lead contamination that's going into the drinking water for my family and all of our neighbors. Thank you for the time. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Maynard, and thank you for your service to our country. Okay, so I'm going to go to Commissioner Hughes, and then I'll go to Commissioner Hansen. Commissioner Hughes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's very disturbing to hear the stories of what people have to put up with when they live near BLM land. I assume that you bought your property to enjoy some peace and quiet, and that's been taken away from you. So it does seem like, as I think Commissioner Hamilton alluded to, there's got to be a couple of different ways to try and solve this. A shooting range, where people can go and be far away from houses and legally shoot their weapons and have fun without disturbing anybody is an important part. But I think enforcement in the other areas is going to also be important. I think this has been by several people, but people who are already disrespectful of everybody's privacy may not be that respectful of a couple signs. So it seems like there's a lot of thought needs to go into, trying to make the situation better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. I would agree that a lot of what we're hearing would actually, I don't know that signs will deter them from doing what they want to do anyways, especially if we had one constituent that said that they shot up the sign, and it's just seems like it's a lot bigger of a issue than trying to figure out areas where they can shoot, because they may still choose not to go there. So that's going to be another problem. So thank you for bringing that up. I know it's a lot bigger of an issue than what it seems like it would be easy to solve, but thank you for that. Commissioner Hansen?
Thank you. I want to thank BLM for taking the time to come here. I want to thank all the residents who have taken the time to speak about this important issue. I want to respond to a few things. Commissioner Hamilton suggested that we just leave these shooting ranges in the location that they are, and that is just not really a feasible idea. One, Alamo Creek is as many residents have stated, is right next to their housing development, but it's also actually a creek, and it is a water flowing area, and it has been heavily deteriorated by the shooting and needs to be cleaned up. It at one time was a really nice area to walk in and recreate, and it has the ability to be that again, but it is going to need the support and work of BLM to clean it up, especially Alamo Creek. They do have the ability to close some of these areas. At the moment, I believe that San Pedro is closed right now because they are doing remediation and cleanup for 2 weeks, but that is not really enough time or to really change people's habits. Not having a shooting range like what happened with Bernalillo and them passing this ordinance and us getting more of an influx has definitely created some of this problem. I am not a shooter. I have no desire to go to a shooting range or to go shoot anywhere. What I care about is the health and safety of our constituents. And that is the primary reason that I am bringing this forward and constantly working on it because of the suffering that my constituents are experiencing. I am really concerned about what's happening at Camino Real Trailhead also, because that is another place where many, many people recreate. And the whole Buckman area is, you know, a perfect place to develop outdoor recreation, and is also a beautiful area for filming. I mean, Diablo Canyon is one of the more beautiful areas that is a place to recreate. So another partner that has not been mentioned in this is the Outdoor Recreation Department at the state of New Mexico, who in the last couple of weeks, I have realized they also have money to help with shooting ranges. So they also see that we need to develop shooting ranges. And, you know, of course, there's always going to be the 10% or, you know, of the bad actors who are not going to use these areas. But if we can convert them to actually real recreational areas where people have the ability to use them, and the Buckman area, as we move forward with outdoor recreation, is going to become one of those places where people want to go and recreate. And so, you know, with the county owns the road. So does that mean that we need to get money to improve the Buckman Road that's going out there? And then once we improve that, do we find money from the state? Do we find money from BLM? Game and Fish is only going to build one shooting range, which is unfortunate, but that doesn't mean that that BLM can't build another shooting range and build the one in Alamo Creek. There's a lot of processes that we also need to go through. We need to consult and include our tribal partners throughout Santa Fe County and throughout this area, because in this time, BLM land is also, Charlie Dorme made this great comment when I was speaking with him about what BLM actually stands for. And BLM actually, to Charlie Dorme, who is the former governor of Tesuque, commented that BLM stands belongs to me. So long and me. And since Charlie is a member of the Tesuque tribe, I enjoyed his comment. But that is previously their land. So I think we need to include the outdoor recreation in this discussion. I have added I have added the shooting issue to the strategic plan. Of course, I didn't know when I was elected in 2017 that this was such a horrible issue. And I do believe very strongly that if we had shooting ranges in Santa Fe County, we would deter some of these people from going out and the wildcat shooting. I think that Pamela may be able to speak to this, But in Arizona, they have had some of the same problems that we are having here in Santa Fe County, and they have built a shooting range outside of Phoenix, and it has deterred people, and people have been going to the shooting ranges. When I talk to shooters, they say that that is what they want, but since we don't have any place to, we have no safe environment, they go out and shoot anywhere, which is for some reason legal on BLM land. I made the comments I wanted to make about San Pedro. I think we really have to look at other areas around Bernalillo and San Pedro, Torrance County. And I don't believe that the Outdoor Recreation Department was actually formed when we started these stakeholder meetings. So I think that they are somebody who need to be brought into the group as somebody to work with. And I once again want to thank all the people who have spoke. I understand how Commissioner Hamilton feels that we have lots of other projects, but our mission is the health and safety of our constituents. And I strongly believe that we have to think about the health and safety of our constituents. And this is definitely a health and safety issue that needs to be addressed in Santa Fe County. And to ignore it and to just say, well, it's not our problem, it's on BLM land, is really not what we need to be doing at this particular time. We need to find a way forward. We all need to be partners. I agree that we cannot be the only ones at the table. We need the state, BLM, Game and Fish, and we might need private operators. I don't know who's going to operate these facilities, and that is a big question that still needs to be answered and something that we really have to work on, because if we can't find operators and we can't find people to run these places, we're in real trouble. But I do always hold to this belief, if you build it, they will come. And I do believe that if we build it, they will come, and especially at the Camel Tracks one out there. But that also isn't going to include a county road that is going to need attention. And then where are we going to put these off-road vehicles? Maybe the old area where there was shooting can become a track for off-road vehicles. I mean, I haven't thought everything through, but I am grateful to everyone participating, and I look forward to seeing things go forward. So thank you. And
thank you, Commissioner Hansen. I'm going to go to Manager Miller. I heard another voice. Is that somebody from the public? Because we've closed public comment.
This is Teresa Seamster. I'm sorry I came so late to the meeting.
Okay, yeah, we've already closed public comment, Teresa. I'm sorry. I'm going to go to
That's
Manager
fine.
Miller.
Mr. Chair, this is the manager. Did you call on me?
Yes, I'm going to go to Manager Miller. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, it just got cut off. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, I think one of the things that for the county in looking at how we might be a partner in this is we do have to look at the totality of it. If we have to improve roads and all that, we're not talking about just assisting in applying for a grant to build a range. But one, I think the biggest concern, and it was brought up, I believe, by Chip, is you have an area we already have. The county already has an easement straight through that property to the trail, to Diablo Canyon. And I personally use it a lot, and a lot of people shoot out there. And I guess I, as county manager, would like to know what could be done to change federal rules around shooting and BLM land that's close into property. I mean, that's really where this issue is. I know people won't drive further out. There'll be a ton of people. Those same people will not drive further out. I see them every weekend when I go out there, and they've got different places all throughout the land, but we're going to have a tough time. Even if we paved a super highway out to Alamo Creek, we're going to have a really tough time directing people to shoot out there. And as your first map in the presentation showed, there's still a lot of BLM land, Brad, in the county, and a lot of it butts up to residential areas. Is there anything that can be done at the federal government level to change the rules of like a buffer zone on BLM land? And how could we appeal to our federal delegation, to the federal government, to change the rules? Because I really, as a manager of the county resources, struggle with, okay, we could invest in this and still not solve the problem that many of the individuals who got on today are speaking about. And I think that that's 100% a BLM issue, to tell us how we help you get rules changed so that I mean, maybe the county could, and that was something, maybe our code for future development says, you know what, you can't have a housing development within a mile of federal land because we end up with this, but that'd be a taking of everybody's private land. So I just don't know how we get our arms around, and I've talked to our sheriff. How could we patrol? How could we truly fix the actual issue? I don't think that just building a fire range is going to fix what so many people commented as the problem. So it's not going to fix San Pedro, clearly. And I would venture to say we will still struggle with all those properties in close around Alamo Creek, even if we build the Alamo Creek one. And so I guess I'm looking for what else could we do to get the federal government to make some changes relative to that.
Okay.
Maybe there's no answer, but that's, I just think we'd be remiss if we don't really look at that.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Do we have any other comments from commissioners? Okay, and I do want to apologize again to the constituent that was that joined the meeting a little bit late and didn't get the opportunity to speak, but we did get a lot of feedback from the community relative to the situation and the problem. But I just want to apologize again that, you know, that I couldn't allow more public comment at this time. And so, but I do want to thank everybody for being here and sharing their stories and all the information that they did. So thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next item, and this is item number 6B. And this is presentation on Sanibel Solid Waste Management Agency, SWAMA, and we have Mr. Randall Kippenbrock. Randall, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, sir, you're on. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let's see here. Can y'all hear me? Okay. I'm a little
Yes,
My
sir,
name
we
is-
can hear you.
yeah, there's something wrong with my speaker. I'm going to try to change it over. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and talk. Hang on a second. If I can get this changed for some reason.
We hear you just fine, Mr. Kippenbrock.
Yeah,
Maybe you're,
I don't hear myself. That's a problem. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead. Before we get into the slide presentation, I want to thank you for inviting me to give a presentation on a solid waste cost of service and rate design study that we just have done recently for the Joint Power Board for the agency. I want to give a little history of the agency itself before we get into the actual recommendation that came out of this 2021 study. Obviously, the agency's been around since mid-90s. It was formed by a joint powers agreement in 1995. The Caja del Rio landfill opened up for business in 1996, and it commenced operation at $25 per ton. And then 10 years later, the agency leased the transfer station that is now known as Butman Road Recycling Transfer Station. And at that time, we revised the solid waste ordinance or fee ordinance, and we added the new BERT fees to it. Then right around 2008, we had the Great Recession. We saw the notice of the dip in tonnages. We were averaging about 200,000 tons per year. And then we saw decline to 178,000 tons. Well, Ordinance 2009 set the rates at $32.50 per ton based on 178,000 tons that was being landfill. A year later, and for Ordinance 2010, we had to lower that projection of 150,000 tons per year. And then we also, in that ordinance, we set incrementally rate increases for 3 years. And it's at the current rate of what we're seeing right now, $40 per ton. In 2012, we amended the ordinance, kept the same rate, landfill tipping fee at $40 per ton, but we modified some of the rates at the BERT facility, primarily introduced 3 flat fees charges that we have from 2 to 3. And currently what we have is the $6, $9, and $12 flat fees. Since 2010, there's been no charges for recyclables. The reason for that is we have our own MRF. We've been operating the MRF from 2007 to 2015, and we were relying heavily on the sale of materials, which would cover anywhere from 50% to 80% of the operating costs. However, as we got closer to 2015, that was no longer the case. And there was a new player in town called Freeman Recycling in Albuquerque that would could offer more cost-effective recycling of our material. And this was based on one of the recommendations that we had with this company that that you see this design, New Gen and Solution. It was actually another under a different name, but the partner there was named Dave Yankee. One of the recommendations was to contract out your recycling of the material. So we did that with Freeman Recycling, and we did it for 4 years from 2015 to 2019. Everything was working out fine until early 2017 when China announced that they were banning mixed paper and mixed recyclables, or actually mixed paper. Because of that, starting in October 2017, we were not receiving any rebates. And then since March 2018, we had to pay a processing fee starting as high as $122 per ton, minus any rebate that we would get back from Freeman Recycling. Towards the end of 2019, it was actually about $100 per ton, plus a $24 per ton to transport the material down there. Because of that, we went out for a new 4-year, actually a new RFP for processing our recyclable. We elected to go with Town Recycling to reopen our MRF at the BERT facility as a contractor. If everything would stay the same, at least we will eliminate the transportation costs. With that said, we done a cost of service study back in 2014 And at that time, Dave Yonke recommended there was no reason, no change for a rate increase. However, since the China ban on our recyclable material, we have spent about $2 million over the last 2 years and dipping into our cash reserve to pay for that cost. We hired NewGen in the latter part of 2018, but we didn't get started doing the cost of service and rate design study until the latter part of 2019, early 2020, and that's when the pandemic hit us. So we postponed most of the study into early 2021. And this is where we come to the point here. I have about 10 slides from the study that I would like to present. Whoever's in charge with the slide presentation, please go to the next one. Next slide, please. This is a gentleman that did the study for us. It's Dave Yonke. Obviously, he has over 25 years experience, particularly with solid waste facilities, and et cetera. The key is to make sure that we are recovering the cost of providing any type of services that you may have, whether it's for landfill, transportation, recycling, and so on. Next slide. The way he done his study, basically, he developed a 5-year revenue requirements from FY21 to FY25. Keep in mind that we started back in the late 2019, and the baseline was FY 2020. Obviously, we had to delay about 1 year. So when you see the next few slides, you'll see FY 21, but we did not make any changes to it because we're currently in FY 21. Then he takes all the revenues that we realized under the current rate, and then he projected for the 5 years, and you'll see what the revenue requirements is. Then based on that, he come up with the rates that should be provided for those type of services, and then now currently presenting it to us. Next slide. Obviously, it's just kind of similar to what I just told you. The test year was 2020. He developed revenue requirements forecasts. Then he allocated those service categories and determined what the rates will be, and so on. Next slide. What is revenue requirements? Obviously, these are the 3 biggest expenses that we have. Operating and maintenance, that includes labor, materials, and supply. The second biggest component is equipment replacement. Just to give you an idea on equipment replacement, here at the landfill, it's very expensive. I'll give you an example. Back in 2002, we bought a landfill compactor that weighs over 100,000 pounds, but what it does is maximize capacity to extend the life of your landfill. Back in 2002, it cost $600,000. We purchased another one of similar, same size, but obviously got new technology on it. That went up to $836,000. In 2019, that same type of machine is over almost $1.1 million. So basically, the equipment replacement is at a rate between 3 and 4% a year for all pieces of equipment when you do replace it. Capital improvements or anything that's related to roads and buildings, we use that as any project that we can try to accomplish after we meet our operating and maintenance expenses, as well as the equipment replacement, and of course, landfill gas collection and closure and post-closure recovery replacement. Next slide, please. These are the current rates that we have here at the landfill and at BERT. You'll see that it ranges at Caja de Rio landfill is $40 per ton. At BERT, it's generally $10 higher because of the transportation fee to bring it over to the landfill. And of course, we have the 3 flat fees for the vehicles, $6, $9, $12. And currently, glass is at $15 per ton, green waste is $20 per ton. And those on the right-hand side, you'll see e-waste at $50 per ton, HSW, which is household hazardous waste, at $50. Tires, it's a $160 per ton. Currently, we have $2 for passenger tires, $6 each for truck tires. And obviously, appliances with Freon at $10, non-Freon is $5. Next slide. So when he developed the revenue requirements, he tried to determine the funding needs for the, well, okay, this slide here is the capital improvements. That'd be the transportation roof replacement and replacement of the outbound sales and some cell development. Next slide. Okay. What I see here is a slide presentation that was presented to NewGen. I sent a different slide presentation, but that's okay. The service categories, you notice that Bert, we have more services that we provide to the public. What you see is transportation, material recovery facility, HSW, greenways, glass, white good, tires, and so on. Whereas the Caja, the real landfills, is primarily disposal. And of course, we do have composted by Payne Nursery, along with you have your admin and O&M at both locations. Next slide. This is one of the slides that I pulled out from this study. What I want to point out is the revenue requirements that we have, starting with FY22. You'll see that it increased from 9 million, 10 million, and eventually 11.4 million at FY25. Next slide, please. This is the key, over and under. When you see it in parentheses, that means we're under recovering. Starting with FY22 is $1.9 million. And FY23 is 2.9 million, FY24 3.6, and by FY2025 is 4.4 million. If we don't do anything, the under recovery will be up to about $14.5 million by FY25. If we go with the projected rates or proposed rates, next slide. These are the proposed rate. Like right now, we're at $40 per ton. We're proposing starting in August, hopefully, of FY22 at $42.50. Then it goes to $47.50, $50, then $52.50 to meet those requirements that you saw in the previous slide. And obviously, the transportation is $10 higher because of the transfers cost to move the material from one location to the other. And of course, you see the three flat fees that we have at the transfer station. Currently, that's $6, $9, and $12. We are very sensitive to the customer that use our facility. It starts at $7, $10, and $13, and increased by 50 cents per fiscal year, and it ends at $8.50, $11.50, and $14.50. Next slide. These are a continuation of current rates. The green waste have obviously increased from $20 to $42.50. And the reason for that is the cost of service. Try to recover as much as we can based on that. Now, tires, $160 per ton was feasible, but where we're taking a tire to Denver City, Texas, they no longer do the transportation. So that cost increased from $160 to $250 per ton. And to make the more sensible on per truck tire is from $6 to $8. Passenger tire is from $2 to $3. Keep in mind that we do have tire amnesty or free tire weekends the first weekend of each month, where they can come, the residents can come and dispose up to 8 tires at a time at no cost. And the recycling, this is the key right here, the very last one, recycling processing costs. Right, currently we're not charging the users, the haulers to come into the facility. Will start at $150 per ton and will increase to $180 in FY 2025. Next slide. NewGen recommend that the agency implement a processing fee on all recyclables starting in FY22. If you delay that, it would just significantly increase the under recovery over the 5 years and slow equipment replacements. Next slide. So this is if you implement the proposed rates, what it does, by looking at the third line, the over and under, starting with FY22, it's saying that at $153,000 above the net revenue requirements, FY23 is 62,000, then FY24 is minus 40,000, by FY25 is minus almost 200,000. But you've add those four numbers together, it's approximately minus 23,000, which is doable. So this is very important. So the next slide, please. What is showing that one of the important things that one of the board members have asked us, it seemed like we're building up a lot of cash, but we are not. If you look at the total ending balance, starting with FY22, we have 4.3 million, then 4 million, then 4.2, then eventually 2.8. These are what you should maintain about 25 to 30% of your operating budget in your cash reserves. So it's at or close to that right now. So it's not building up. Next slide. Okay. I'm going to take any question that you have, but I'm going to turn this off and go to a different speaker so I can hear you guys from a different angle. Hold on, please. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Hey, Randall, nice to see you, sir. It's been a few years since I sat on the SWAMA board, so it's good to see you. Are you ready for questions from commissioners? Randall, can you hear me? Randall, can you hear me?
Can you guys?
Okay, I think we can hear you, so I'm assuming you can hear us. Okay. Randall, can you hear me? Okay, you're muted, sir.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Commissioners, do we have questions? I'll go to any commissioners with questions. Okay, I don't see any hands up, so I just want to thank you for this presentation, Randall. We really appreciate it.
Okay.
So I just want to go one more time. Do we have any other questions from commissioners? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on. Thank you for being here today, Randall. And Commissioner Hamilton, go ahead.
Part of the reason we were hoping to have this presentation, because at least a couple of us have heard this before, was to also give the opportunity for like the county manager and the public works department to understand it. And I just wonder if they might have some questions also, like Mr. Hiron. This is where they have a different kind of understanding than the commissioners do and might be able to ask some details that we might miss.
I'm going to go to Manager Miller, and then Manager Miller, if you can call on any staff that you think may have questions, or if staff just wants to go ahead and chime in, but go ahead, Manager Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Randall, have you broken the three proposals down, or the three options down as to what those would cost each entity based on their tonnage? So the city, the county, and then you did this analysis for what it would cost the residents if you change the recycling processing fee, drop it down by $10, and then the other was by $25, and that resulted in a I don't know, what was it, 33-cent reduction?
Yes.
And that really doesn't apply to Santa Fe County's transfer stations, because for the transfer stations, we allow residents to throw for free. But I wondered if you had looked at, based on our average tonnage for each of those things, what that does to the city and what that does to the county, based on both entities' tonnage. And if you have that tonnage information, I have a rough estimate of what that is, but still want to verify the tonnages. Do you keep a record of city and county tonnage by type?
Yes.
So we could verify those numbers, our tonnage numbers, with yours, make sure that we have it correctly,
Yes.
right? And I just wondered, for the SWAM board, so that the board members that would be voting on this for their respective, for the SWAMA board, would actually know what that impact is to their respective entities.
Yes. What I did, I printed out the last 12 months of material that's brought onto the landfill and the transfer station. The total cost was $386,700. Okay. Now, just using the first year, assuming that we will start in July of this year, but it's not going to happen. But if we use the proposed rate increase of increasing from $40 per ton to $42.50 per ton, the first year, I'll obviously increase your green waste that you bring in by approximately $7,000. It will increase your glass recycling from $8,200 to about $16,000. Obviously, the big number is, remember, there's no cost for bringing curbside recycling from your convenience centers. That will go from $0 to $75,000 based on 520 tons. And the residential is about 300. Currently, you're doing 366,000. It'll jump up to 388,000, and so on. So essentially, for year one, the increase will be approximately 115, 127, 120,000 above the 386. So you'll see about 115,000 increase in year one. And obviously, you have to do the math for year two and year three, all the way out to year 2025, what we have.
And Mr. Chair Randall, that's with the proposed one, not with the decrease of by $10 processing fee, or the decrease by 25. Did you happen to do those?
I have what we found out that, let me see if I can pull up that report.
Because I would be interested in getting the tonnages that you have us recorded for. Last year is a weird year for us, but what I got from our Public Works was quite a bit different in tonnage, which results in quite a bit different an increase
Yes.
to our budget.
Dave Yonke with New Gen did the scenario impact to county convenience centers. A $10 increase in tipping fee will result in about $3,700 decrease for FY22. Then scenario 2 was at a $25 decrease in the MRF cost, will result about a $9,300 decrease in for Santa Fe County in FY22.
Okay. So I'm going to have to get with you, Randall, for those quantities, because it comes out, I think our recycling processing per ton, we have quite a higher number than what you have. So I want to make sure why, because the staff gave me a number of around 1266 tons versus 500 tons, and I don't know why which is obviously huge when you take that, times 150 all the way up to $180 per ton. So
Sure.
curious why we have different tonnages on the recycling side.
Yes. Yeah. Miss Miller, there's 520 tons of curbside recycling or mixed recycling, if you want to call it that. And then there's 521 tons of glass, which they may have given you total for both. And of course, there's also 341 tons of cardboard.
And then what's the T160?
Tires by weight.
Okay. And what do you have for that?
At, I believe I mentioned $225 per ton.